Well. The Cowboys have the Detroit Lions coming up on Thursday. And I got a strange feeling we're going to be saying this every single week until the end of the season. But once again, the Cowboys are in the biggest game of the season. Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. Yep. Let me tell you. This thing with the Cowboys is heating up. Everybody is getting on the bandwagon of the Cowboys making the playoffs. But y'all already know we've been here. Let's go. Let's get it. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that notification bell, like, share, subscribe, so you know the next time we post another video or go live, and we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming up the remainder of this season. Now let's talk facts. Guys, every single game for the Cowboys is a playoff game from this point forward. Actually, the playoffs started for the Dallas Cowboys against the Las Vegas Raiders. And it especially started after the bye week with the kneeling thing and the Williams and the Logan Wilson thing. I mean, and the comeback of Overshown, the comeback of Savon Rebel Jr. Man, this Cowboys team is looking pretty incredible. And right now, man, we are on the incline. We are getting hot at the right time, but we got to keep the heat going. 3 games in a row. Can we make it 4? Can we make this a normal thing rather than something irregular? So tomorrow, we're going to get into our Cowboys preview show. But today, we're going to deal with some of these interviews that have come down today. And as a matter of fact, I didn't realize yesterday that Brian Schottenheimer did an interview. So we're going to check that out. So this is what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to check out that Schotty presser. We're going to check out the Matt Eberflus presser. I am so excited to hear Matt Eberflus talk after the success that he's had over the last 3 weeks. And it's still amazing to me that people keep saying that they're still not sold on Flus. How can you not be sold on him? And the only thing that happened was he got 2 new players, 2 players back, and this defense all of a sudden is looking like a top 10 defense. Come on, you got to give this man some respect. Also today, we're going to be talking about Trayvon Diggs. I got to tell you why I am on this Trayvon Diggs thing. After reading a couple of articles, I got to tell you why I am on this Trayvon Diggs thing, because I want to know where y'all are too. Then, of course, Stephen Jones was on 105.3 The Fan. He's going to talk some football, and then we'll see if we can fit in a couple of player interviews. The goal is, I think we got Monday Night Football. The Cowboys got my whole last 2 weeks thrown off. So, hope to get back to normal this week, but somebody's playing tonight, and I can't even remember who's playing on Monday Night Football, but we're going to go up until about 7:30-ish. So we're going to go about the 2-hour mark tonight, depending upon who's playing or depending upon how y'all feeling tonight. We might even go a little bit longer. But that's going to be the show for the day. The Schotty presser, the Flus presser, Trayvon Diggs, Stephen Jones presser, and the player interviews. I'm excited for this doggone Cowboys game with the Detroit Lions. Let's go. Let's get about a 1-minute roll call in here, and then we gonna get this show going. We got a lot to cover. My man Dominique Pittman in this thing. What up, Dominique? Mose Logan, what up with you? He said, what up, G Money? I'm gonna tell you like I tell Jones, it's a New Jack City. Ron Mack, what up with you? Lord Nova in the house. What up, Lord Nova? He said, I've been looking forward to this game. Me too. I didn't forget how they ran the score up on us last year. Yes, sir. Richard Owens. My sister, the Queen. What's going on, sister? Good to see you. Yay, Marv. What's going on? Michael James, Lock and D. Trent Smith. Big Rombowski. Where you been? Out of the country? I hadn't seen you on the last 2, man. Good to see you tonight. Appreciate that $2 super chat. My man, the Big Rombowski. He said it's Menudo Monday and Cowboys Fact Talk with the G. Let's go. Jacob Jackson up in here. What up, Jacob Jackson? Papa Suge in this thing. What up, Papa Suge? Davion Wallace, what else with you? Yeah, we got to get these Lions. Chris Dunaway. Yeah, they got to keep going. Chris Dunaway. Kippy! What up, Kip? Good to see you, Kippy. Mr. 72 Chevelle up in this thing. What's going on? Brandy, she said, how's it a revenge game for the Lions when they beat us last year? It's a revenge game for us. Let's go. Rick 924, what's going on? Marlon, Dylan, what up with you? What's going on, Alicia Hamrick? She said, I can't wait until Thursday. Oh, it's going to be exciting. She said, do you think Diggs will play? I don't want our momentum and team spirit messed up. I'm going to come back to this comment right here. I am coming back to this comment right here. Because this is kind of where I am, Alicia. This is kind of where I am. I'm concerned. I'm very concerned, but we're going to talk about it in a moment. Carl Williams, what's going on with you? Douglas Harrison up in this thing. What up, Doug? Let's go. I'm going to come back to what you just said here, Kippy. I'm going to come back. Let's go. Bass, what up, Bass? John Jones said, what up, G-Buddy? I'll tell you some New Jack City. Money talks and Bullcorn runs a marathon. JCT Slice, number one, Dak Prescott fan. I'm number two. He said, gee, I think so. If you pressure Jared Goff up the middle, you can fluster him. Also, Dak Prescott just took down the big jokers from a year ago. He's elite. We still have 4. Let's go. Let's go. I agree with you. Head Hunter, what up? Good to see you. Jeff Shack, what up? He said, gee, it's those little Giants playing the Patriots tonight. Oh, gotcha. Angie the Rebel Chicks, what's going on? Good to see you. Driving home in this cold weather, you be safe. JTX Made, what's going on, JTX Made? I got y'all coming in the mail here real soon this week. I am him, what's going on? Appreciate that super chat. He said the Cowboys mean business. I agree. All right, let's get this thing going tonight. Appreciate y'all tonight. Best chat on YouTube. Let's get this discussion going. And before we get into the Schotty presser, I want to check out, let me see. I forgot to save this. Let me pull it up real quick. The Queen said something that I want to capitalize on. I want to capitalize on a couple of things as we get into the Brian Schottenheimer discussion. Brian Schottenheimer, you know I'm riding with Brian until the wheels fall off in the frame and scraping down the road. But I just wonder if Brian kind of, like they had to take advantage of the Marshawn Kneeland thing. They had to take advantage of that. So now the Cowboys, you know, how long will they ride that? Now they're going on the road again. This is going to be game number 4 since the Marshawn Kneeland thing. And so I still say the Cowboys, they miss opportunities. And I understand what Brian is doing. Don't get me wrong. But I still say that he misses opportunities because of how this Cowboys team is. It's like he misses opportunities to take advantage of moments that could be moments that really that could really get the team rocking, for example. And if anybody don't remember, let me pull this up for you. Anybody who don't remember, and I don't know how you cannot remember, but the Detroit Lions, Dan Campbell came in here last year, and I mean, he had the water boy and the water girl coming off the sideline with plays on the Cowboys. I mean, it was that bad. I mean, this dude literally came into Dallas. It was like Ben Johnson was auditioning for the Cowboys job. He let Ben Johnson loose on the Cowboys. And when I tell you they did a number on us last year. Let's pull this up as we get into this. I mean, I just want to build this thing. I want to build the drama. I'm just telling you, I would be using this if I was Brian Schottenheimer. I would be using this as, and I understand it. This is his style, but I would be using this as motivation. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. There are no excuses for this mess. There are no excuses in my eyes when it comes to this. There are no excuses. You don't get to beat a team 47-9 in their stadium. And then when I see you in the next game, I'm saying that this don't mean nothing to me. Nah, this means something to me. You got me down 27-6 in the second half. In the first half. You got me down, it was 27-6 in the first half. You got me down 37-9 in the third quarter. I mean, you out here running passes to a doggone lineman. I mean, you running trick plays. I mean, they were out here just destroying the Cowboys. Nah, bro. You don't get to ask me about this game. You don't get to ask me about this game and I tell you this game ain't nothing. Baz, I think your memory's short. Nah, Dak Prescott played in this game. Dak Prescott didn't get hurt until the Atlanta game. Dak was in this game. They beat the brakes off the Cowboys with Dak Prescott. They beat the brakes off us. 18-25 for Jared Goff, 315 yards and 3 touchdowns. Dak Prescott was 17-33, 178 yards and 2 interceptions. Man, let me tell you something. The Detroit Lions defensive line was living in the backfield of the Dallas Cowboys. This was the game. I don't know if y'all remember, but I said this last year. When they allowed Hutchinson to stay in that game, they were blowing the Cowboys out. There was no reason for Hutchinson to be in that game. And I said it last year. I said Dan Quinn is going to regret leaving Hutchinson in that game, and he wound up breaking his leg. He wound up breaking his leg. And they still didn't win the Super Bowl. Had their defense, I'm telling you though, I'm going to give Detroit credit. I think the Detroit Lions have missed their window. They were supposed to go to the Super Bowl last year. Not the Eagles. The Lions. And I say that from this perspective. Had the Lions defense not got decimated, there was nobody that could beat them last year. Aaron Glenn is the defensive coach. Ben Johnson is the offensive coach. Dan Campbell was pure crazy last year. That team was playing out of its mind. Had they not got injured, I'm telling you, they were obliterating teams. It wasn't just us they beat this bad. The Detroit Lions, before those injuries, the Detroit Lions were beating teams so bad that teams were complaining about the butt kicking they were getting. It was that bad. But I don't see how you come into this game as Dallas Cowboys and say this game is just, as Brian Schottenheimer likes to so eloquently say, it's just another championship opportunity. Man, sometimes there just got to be a game, bro. There's got to be some games sometimes that you go, this is a little personal tonight. Now, we're going to see if it's going to be personal. Brian can tell me anything he wants to, but we're going to see if they're going to run the score on them if they get the opportunity to. Because I'm telling you, Dan Campbell ran the score up 47-9, and it was embarrassing. They put foots in the Cowboys. Look at this. The Lions, 492 yards total. The Cowboys, 251 in 4 quarters. 308 passing yards. But look at this. 184 yards rushing. What? Nah, bro. This personal for me. This is personal for me. It's got to be personal, man. Look at this. David Montgomery, 12 for 80. Jahmyr Gibbs, 12 for 63. Craig Reynolds, 6 for 21. I mean, they were putting foots in the Cowboys all over the place. And man, when you look at the defensive side of the ball, Brian Branch, 2 interceptions, 1 forced fumble. I mean, he had a heck of a game. 5 tackles and 1 assist. When you look at the sacks, Aleem McNeil, 2. Trevor Nowaski, 1. I mean, they were in. And look at this. Aiden Hutchinson, he had 1. That was 4 total. But that doesn't count the quarterback pressure they were putting on the Cowboys. They were living in the Cowboys' backfield. Nothing we could do. This Cowboys team, right now, they're not doing that to this team right here. They're not doing that to this team. This team, you're not running like this time. They're not going to run on the Cowboys this time like they did the last time. You cannot run up the middle on the Cowboys. You got to figure out another way to run. And the way you're going to have to run on the Cowboys is on the edges. But we got some speed back there now. Kenneth Murray Jr., it's amazing to me how much better he's playing when they brought in Logan Wilson. Demarion Overshown, from sideline to sideline, he's a little too quick. He's a little too quick to let them do these types of things now. The Cowboys' defensive line is going to be a menace for Jared Goff in this game. And we're going to talk about that tomorrow in our keys to winning the game. But if I'm the Cowboys, man, I might tell you it ain't personal. But I bet you I'm telling my team this is personal. They came into Dallas. They came into Dallas and beat us 47-9. I think we have to return the favor on them. You don't let somebody beat you 47-9. Mile High City, Bass, if you let Brad Schottenheimer tell it, he's playing better. I'm ready for them to turn this job all the way over to Logan Wilson, though. I've seen enough of Murray Jr. I've still seen enough. Miles City said, what did Michael Parsons do in that game? I'm not sure as far as PFF goes. But looking at the Cowboys, let's kind of go to the defensive side of the ball. Let's see where Michael Parsons is in this list. Wait a minute. Hold on. Michael Parsons, if I'm not mistaken, Michael Parsons had been hurt by this time because Michael Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence, was it game 3 or game 4, they went down against the New York Giants. So neither one of them were in the game at this time. Yeah, Menace with a capital M, Big Rombowski. Yeah, 47-9 Bass is disrespectful. Dak fan for life said, I want us to lay 50 on him. My man right here, man, Daniel M, he said, gee, we need to beat the Lions if we have a chance of making a run. Well, let me tell you what happens. The Lions are not so much about making the run. The Lions is about winning the division. 10-6-1, the Cowboys they'll have to get a lot of help. If the Cowboys run the table and go 11-5-1, they don't need no help. They're not going to need help. The Cowboys will win this division if they win out. Bottom line, they're winning this division. If the Cowboys win out, let me tell you how crazy this is. Cowboys win out. This means the Eagles' margin for error becomes smaller and smaller. The Eagles already know if they lose 2 games on this schedule and the Cowboys win out, the Cowboys win the division. And I think that this is starting to be the way the Cowboys are going to the playoffs. I got a strange feeling the Cowboys are going to win the division. I'm telling y'all now, the Eagles, I don't believe they're going to recover. I do not believe the Eagles recover. I think it is too much. I think some satisfaction has set in on them. A couple of injuries. I mean, I think they're a little bit complacent. 2 Super Bowls in 4 years. I just think there are many things that are contributing to the Eagles not winning this division. The Cowboys are going to win this division. You watch what I tell you. So the Detroit Lions game is not so much about, it is about the Cowboys going to the playoffs, don't get me wrong, but it's about winning the division. That's why the Cowboys, because I'm telling you, this is the last hard game. The Cowboys are going to have a big break after this. They're going to have a 10-day window. The Cowboys have got to put everything into this game. The Cowboys have got to put everything into this game. Let me see. The Cowboys, they have a Thursday game. We won't see them again until December the 14th at 7:20. The Cowboys are going to get 10 days. They're going to be able to rest their body up. So they got to put everything into this Lions game. Because if the Cowboys win this Lions game, I'm telling you, it's over. I believe the Cowboys will win the next 4 games. It'll be over. The only way the Cowboys don't win all of these games coming up is the Eagles continue a downward spiral, and the Cowboys could literally say the last game of the season could be a bye week. But if I was the Cowboys, I wouldn't even do that. I say you go full speed into the playoffs. No matter what happens, you go in full speed. You go in full speed. All right, let me read a couple of comments, then we're going to check out Dan Campbell, because the Queen is hitting on something. I heard Dan Campbell speak earlier, and Dan Campbell sounded a little strange. I mean, Dan Campbell sounded a little strange to me, but this could just be gamesmanship by him, Queen, because Dan Campbell, one thing I can tell you about him, he's a very fierce competitor. Dan Campbell's a very fierce competitor. Got a lot of pride. It's one of the reasons why he's hurting his team, trying to call the plays. He's got a lot of pride, guys. I'm just telling you. He's going to be fired up to play the Cowboys. I promise you. He's going to be fired up. And I will not be surprised he go full John Madden football on the Cowboys. If it's 4th and 2, he's probably going to go for it every single time. He is going to be hyper-aggressive when he plays the Cowboys. He'll be hyper-aggressive. You watch what I tell you. Okay, let me see if I can get to the part to where he's talking about the Cowboys. I don't know if y'all saw Queen's comment, but she said he didn't sound so confident. But again, I'm not buying anything from Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell. I'm not buying it so much because he might be doing some gamesmanship. I'm pretty sure Dan Campbell is fired up about this Cowboys game. Check it out.
Different breed of man, so he's something else. He does a good job, man. I'll tell you what, he's dependable now. He's reliable, dependable, and he does a lot of jobs for us, so.
You said that 2023 game makes you mad. It does feel like you put a little extra sauce into the one last year. You guys opened up the playbook and really took it to them, gave them one of their worst losses in franchise.
So just listen to what they're saying. Dan Quinn, I don't know why I keep saying Dan Quinn. Dan Campbell took offense to the 2023 game that the Cowboys won 20-19 when he was the one cheating. He was the one trying to cheat. Tried to have an offensive lineman check in as an eligible receiver and tried to fake the referee out so that the Cowboys wouldn't know the player was an eligible receiver. He's the one that cheated, but he's mad. He got mad, and so when he came out in the 2024 game, this is why I guess they put the foot to the Cowboys 47-9, because, they did put some extra sauce on it. So this is why I say, will the Cowboys come out, and will the Cowboys try to stomp them in the ground?
History at their place. Do you think that there's carryover year to year? Do you think maybe they're going to be looking to bring a little extra into this one because of the way they, lost that game last year?
I don't know. I think every team's different, every year's different, but I know this, they want to win this game. I know that, because I know we want to win this game. So they're playing good football. They're very much in that division race over there right now, and playoff race. We're an NFC opponent, and I know that. They want to beat us, but we want to win too, and we need to win. So that's where this game's at.
Any updates on Graham and
Yeah, Dan Campbell seems to be a little reluctant to try to give any bulletin board material per se. Bass said, I trust the team. It's the coaches that make me nervous, G. I'm with you, Bass. I understand what you're saying. I'm with you. Because I really do think that in times like this, I'm not saying you get your team overhyped, but there are some things, man, hey, I don't know about taking it. I don't know about making it a revenge game as much as I'm going to tell the team. I just want y'all to remember what they did to us last year when they came to Dallas. I mean, I do want them to understand, hey, this might be a little bit personal because these guys came and put foots in us, man. Yeah. What's going on? South, let's see, is that South Salad? Okay. I'm just going to call you South Sal. South Sal said the key for Dallas is the number 3 seed and the division leader in the NFC East. Yeah, that's it. I think they're going to, even if they don't win the division, I still think the Cowboys get there. But it'll be the wild card. The way they need to get there and the way I think they're going to get there is going to be winning the division. They're going to win the division. The last time a team repeated as the NFC East champ, it was the Philadelphia Eagles in 2024. The Philadelphia Eagles seem to be on a downward spiral, and the Cowboys pretty much can control they can control how this thing turns out. Mile High City, he said AJ Brown doing TO things, man. He's getting pretty close. Kippy said my sister lives there as well. Said the ownership is mad, it hurts as well. Kippy, man, them dudes are destroying Jalen Hurts over there as far as the media goes and the content creators goes. They are destroying Jalen Hurts. Alex said, what up, G? Appreciate that super chat, Alex. Yes, this team is 10 times better than the 2023 team. They are 10 times better than the 2023 team, and they're 20 times better than the 2024 team. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. He said, would you consider this team better than the 2023 second seed team? Oh, yeah. That second seed team, man, that thing was a mirage. We knew going into the playoffs we couldn't stop the run. We knew it. We absolutely knew we couldn't stop the play. We couldn't stop the run. We knew it. And how far could they make it in the playoffs? Go Cowboys. Well, I kind of think back to my prediction early on when the season started. I said the Cowboys were going to flash, and I said I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys got to the NFC Championship game. And I'm going to stick to that. I'm not going to be surprised if the Cowboys, if they get in the playoffs, I am not surprised if the Cowboys go to the NFC Championship game, because when I look at the NFC as a whole, there are only 2 to 3 teams that I believe that could truly beat the Cowboys right now. There are only 2 or 3 teams that I think could beat the Cowboys right now because of the team. But after yesterday, I'm wondering if they could beat the Cowboys right now. One of those teams was the Rams until the Panthers put foots in them. I thought the Rams. But I'm going to tell you something. There is a sleeper team. There is a sleeper team in the NFC right now. There's a sleeper team. I think if the Cowboys saw the Green Bay Packers in the playoffs right now, if the playoffs started tomorrow, I think the Cowboys do away with the Green Bay Packers. They're done. They're not better than the Cowboys. Right now, the Packers are not better than the Cowboys. There is only one team in the NFC that is a sleeper team that I think they could get anybody on any given Sunday, and it is them doggone Seattle Seahawks. Woo! They are balling on both sides of the ball. They are balling on both sides of the ball. The Seahawks might get anybody if you're not careful. So, I'm not sure if the Cowboys we'll see how I want to see how the Cowboys play the rest of the way. But as far as the Cowboys getting in the playoffs, I'm telling you, Alex, there are only about 2 or 3 teams that I think that could stop the Cowboys right now. If the playoffs started tomorrow, over the next 3 weeks, there's only 2 or 3 teams that concern me. And they could absolutely knock themselves out, and the Cowboys would only even have to face one of them. But the Seattle Seahawks right now, they are playing extremely good. Let me mention this other team. I'm going to put some respect on their name. The Chicago Bears. But I still say the Cowboys can beat Chicago Bears. They're riding high off of a running game. And if they saw the Cowboys today, the Cowboys can stop the run. They would put that game in the hands of Caleb Williams again, and I think it would be an entirely different game with that Cowboys 5-man front with the Cowboys and Quinnen Williams overshown back. I think it would be a totally different game. So the only team in reality for me, it would be the Rams. Maybe yet that was a fluke against Carolina, the Rams and the Seahawks. But I think everybody else, the Cowboys, could pretty much get past. So, yeah, the Cowboys, I think once they get to the playoffs, they'll do some work. Yeah, they will do some work. And so, again, man, you know, it's kind of strange how Dan Campbell is sounding. He don't want to give no bulletin board material to the Cowboys. Because I think he pretty much knows they are already motivated enough, even if they're not saying it. Now, you don't forget a 47-9 butt whooping at home. You don't forget that. Now, I'm ready to see you. I'm ready to see you. Big Rombowski said Washington just went to the NFC Championship game last year, so being led by Dak, this team can do the same thing if they stay on the hot streak. Yeah, Big Rombowski, this is the issue. Because I'm telling you, this Detroit game is so huge for the Cowboys. It's the last hard game. Now, the rest of the games, it's not that they're going to be hard. Those games are going to be a test of the Cowboys' focus. Because those games will be nowhere near as hard as these last 3 games. But the Cowboys will have to be focused. Because you don't want to go to Minnesota saying, oh, no problem, we're going to mollywop Minnesota. And then Minnesota mess around and pull a rabbit out of the hat on you. No, you got now the Cowboys after the Detroit game, they have to be mentally focused. Because as far as skill goes, they're going to be better than every team they're going to face from that point forward. And I'm including the Chargers in that. The Cowboys are more talented than the Chargers. The Cowboys are more talented than the Chargers. I think, of course, they're more talented than the Detroit Lions. Detroit Lions just got a really good team, but, man, I'm telling you, they're missing Aaron Glenn. They're missing Ben Johnson, and don't let nobody tell you different. They're missing them bad. And now Dan Campbell has took over the play calling. I'm excited. I'm excited he took over the play calling. I don't want him to give that play calling book back until the Cowboys stomp them in the ground. Then I want him to give the play calling back to the offensive coordinator. Dominique, I'm with you. I need someone on this team to play ticked off on Thursday. Forget all the nice guy stuff. Yeah. I just say, I think sometimes, man, every game ain't the same. Man, sometimes you just got to say on something, hey, man, let's go get this one. Boy, hey, let's go get this one tonight. Gary Bookwalter, hit that like button. Yeah. David, I agree. To let you know how much the Detroit Lions fear the Cowboys, they went and got this guy out of retirement. His name is Ragnar or something. His name is Ragnar. I don't know if y'all knew about this, but they went and got this dude out of retirement. His name is Frank Ragnow. They went and got him out of retirement for the Cowboys, guys. They went and got this man out of retirement. They didn't get him out of retirement for no one else but the Cowboys. His name is Frank Ragnar. Yeah, it's Frank Ragnar. They went and got him out of retirement, guys, for the Cowboys. That lets you know how good the Cowboys defensive line is. The Detroit Lions know what the Cowboys are. They know what they are. Yeah, they know what they are, man. Yeah. Mac Man said, gee, it still seems surreal to me that we actually traded for and got Quinnen Williams. Incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Mac Man. And the other part of this is the reason why Quinnen Williams is playing so well, because he's also got good players around him. The fact that the Cowboys were able to get Kenny Clark this year, man, never discount how great of a trade that was. I mean, Jerry was basically able to circle the block and come back around and not only get Kenny, but circle the block and come back around and get Quinnen. Man, let me tell y'all something. We may be talking at the end of the year. For everybody that hated Jerry Jones, I've already mentioned this. Jerry Jones may be in the running for the GM of the year. I'm telling y'all. Jerry may be in for, man, Jerry may actually be up for the GM of the year. Jerry Jones has made 3 of the biggest trades of 2025. George Pickens for a 3rd-round pick, Michael Parsons for 2 number 1s, and Kenny Clark. Circle the block, came back, and got Quinnen Williams for a 1st-round pick? Jerry Jones. I know GM of the year and Jerry Jones don't even go together. Don't even go together. Jerry Jones may be the GM of the year. I'm telling you, you heard it from me first. I haven't heard anybody have this discussion. But I'm telling y'all, Jerry Jones may absolutely be the GM of the year. Tell me a bigger trade than George Pickens. Tell me a bigger trade than Michael Parsons. Tell me a bigger trade than Quinnen Williams. Jerry Jones was involved in all 3. That is GM of the year conversation. That's GM of the year conversation. Campbell. He said Jerry Jones will make executive of the year. Hey, Kippy. Because people have hated on Jerry so bad. They've hated on him so bad. I think people are really having to get their head together on this with Jerry. But Jerry is responsible for 3 of the biggest. What he did with George Pickens, it turned the Cowboys offense into a number 1 overall offense in the league. And in the last 3 weeks, Quinnen Williams has turned the Dallas Cowboys into the number 1 run-stopping team in the league. What? Wow. Yeah, he got executive of the year written all over this thing, man. Big Rumbowski said, I'm not quick to give Flus credit for his turnaround because if you've been watching, Quinnen Williams has been out there as a player, coach instructed, not just the defensive line, but linebackers before the snap. Now, Big Rumbowski, let me balance this out. Let me tell you why I'm giving Matt Eberflus all kinds of credit. I'm going to give Matt Eberflus all kinds of credit because the way he's using Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams isn't just lining up out there like a dog, like a pit bull that hasn't eaten, and they're just saying, hey, there's a meat truck, go get it. That's not what they're doing with Quinnen Williams. That is not what they're doing. They're moving him. They got him stunting. They got him doing all kinds of things. The rotation that Matt is using. I mean, Matt is using these players. He's putting them in positions, unlike he was doing before he had players. Man, let me tell you, this is why I was mad at Matt. Matt was lazy. Matt was saying, we don't have the players. I'm going to prove it to you. And because I don't want to get, these players are so bad, I'm just going to run zone. But now that he has players, Matt is running a defense. He's not just lining guys up out there saying, y'all go do what y'all want to do. No, he's using them. He's using them strategically. I'm giving him credit. No, Matt is doing a bang-up job. The first week against the Raiders, I'm like, okay, yeah, it's Quinnen Williams. Second week, they came out the second week, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute, man. The Cowboys are looking pretty doggone good. Then they came out this last game. This game, the game against the Eagles, he did really good against them the first time, whether anybody realized it or not. Matt Eberflus did a great job against them the first time. But he came out this second time, he put foots in them. And then the job they did on the Chiefs. That's tough. No, I'm giving Eberflus credit. He's putting guys in position to succeed, which is what he was not doing before he had Logan and Williams, and before Overshown and Revel came back. Man, I'm just telling you, it's amazing the difference that players. It's amazing a difference that players make, and the way he's made adjustments. We're watching him blitz. We're watching him be very strategic with the 5-man fronts. I mean, we're watching so many things that Matt Eberflus is doing in just a 2-player and a 4-player, just getting 4 players. I mean, the defense looks totally different. I got to give him credit. Got to give him credit. Yeah. Oh, he was Terry Tatum, no doubt about it. He was fired up. Yeah. Like indeed, he said facts. He's making adjustments too. Yeah, I'm giving him credit. There's no doubt about it. Flus is doing a very good job. Flus is right now laughing at a lot of people because Flus is basically telling us, he's telling us, and he's probably telling the Joneses behind closed doors. I didn't have the players. You see what I look like with players? Man, y'all just don't want to. Hey, Grabowski, I want you to imagine what Matt Eberflus is going to look like next year when the Cowboys go in free agency in the draft and they're going to go primarily defense. Just imagine. Y'all remember what I told you. Those bend-don't-break defenses require super studs all over the field. Have we not realized what the Cowboys are slowly doing? They're putting super studs all over the defensive field. And they're going to continue this coming up in next year's free agency and next year's draft. I'm telling you, they pushing them chips all in. Okay, I just noticed something. I saw this a while ago. Michael Smooth is saying the same thing. Ragnar failed the physical. Ragnar failed the physical. Dan Campbell thought he was smart. Dan Campbell's going to try to bring in some reinforcements at the last minute. It didn't work. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm loving it. All right. Hey, let's check out some Schotty, because Schotty's going to talk about Trayvon Diggs. I want to see if Matt Eberflus talks about Trayvon Diggs. And then we're going to get into our interesting discussion on Trayvon Diggs. Because I'm going to tell y'all now, I got a lot to say about this Trayvon Diggs stuff. I have a lot to say about this Trayvon Diggs stuff based on what Trayvon Diggs said. And it's bothering me. What Trayvon Diggs said is bothering me to no end. All right, let's check out this thing with Brian Schottenheimer, guys. Man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me today. Let's check out Brian Schottenheimer. Boy, it's amazing what winning do. Boy, winning is almost the cure to all things in sports, isn't it? Check him out.
Yeah, it's Wednesday. Competition Wednesday on Sunday. Yeah, I was just watching, looking for some scores.
Talking about the college game.
There you go. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Next question.
I see you, Jesus.
Well, just have to come with you now.
Yeah.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Trayvon Diggs, is he still on target to start practice today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He's gone through a lot with his health, and I think you guys have had to discipline him a couple of times. And you've always said you're a people person. How is your relationship with Diggs?
I think really good. I think, Trayvon and I have had some really real conversations with one another and sharing our feelings, and I think he and I understand each other, and I respect him as a man and as a father, and what an incredible football player. And I think he understands what we're trying to build here. why we're trying to do it that way. And so I'm excited to see how he looks and how he feels.
Bass, that's Calvin Watkins right there, Bass. that's Calvin Watkins.
Has gone through a lot with the health. How do you think Fluke's been able to handle all those guys, the in and outs of it?
Yeah, again, it's unique when it hits certain positions. Like early in the year, it hit the offensive line where it comes in bunches and you're down a bunch of guys. Same thing with the DBs and really the corners. But I think they've managed it well. I think it's a good group of guys. They're all very professional. They all understand what we're trying to get done, and I think there's some selfless guys in that room. They just want to do their part to help us win.
How you doing, Coach? Happy Thanksgiving.
I'm doing great, Happy. It's not Thanksgiving anymore. It's over. We've moved on. Yeah, we've moved on.
Oh, yeah.
Moved on. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
I see you, Rumbowski.
You did.
I watched the game, yeah.
Couple of questions. Piggybacking on the Diggs things, could he play safety, or is that even being considered?
No, I wouldn't even think of that. I mean, I think he's a shutdown corner when he's at his best and when he's playing well, and he is a guy with incredible ball skills. But again, I think it's going to be good to have him out there moving around a little bit and see how he feels.
Kalen Carson, he back? You ready to go?
Should be. Yep. See how he moves around today.
I know there's a lot on the line for both teams, playoff implications with this.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Diggs, and we're going to talk about Diggs throughout this thing. And I am very perturbed about the thing with Trayvon Diggs. And I'm going to reserve the big part of this from when we get to the Diggs part. But I'm very perturbed about this Diggs thing. And y'all tell me what y'all think about this, because this to me, as it applies to Trayvon Diggs, it does not have to me written on it that the reason why the Cowboys want to bring back Trayvon Diggs is that they believe that Trayvon Diggs could help them be better on the back end. While that could be part of the reason, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. We haven't seen Trayvon Diggs since week 6. Do y'all realize the Cowboys are 4-2 without Trayvon Diggs now? 4-2. The back end over the last 3 weeks has looked incredible. I'm not sure if this is about the Cowboys saying Trayvon Diggs makes us better, because I've noticed every time they've talked about Trayvon Diggs, have y'all not noticed even Brian Schottenheimer? Brian Schottenheimer keeps, the Cowboys are giving themselves an out on Trayvon Diggs if y'all are not paying attention. They're giving themselves a way out. Do you notice how he's saying, yeah, when Trayvon Diggs is playing at his best? Okay, well, when anyone's playing at their best, they're this, that, and the other. But that lets you know, 1, Trayvon Diggs hasn't been playing at his best. 2, Jerry said, barring a setback, I mean, you keep hearing little caveats as in, you heard Brian, depending on, it'll be good to see him out there to see how he feels. What? Is he right or not? Bottom line, is he right or not? Or is this about the Cowboys saying he's making $20 million this season, and if we can get him on the field, get him on the field? Because that's what this smells like to me. This smells like to me he's making $20 million. They want him out there because he's getting paid. Reason number 2 that Diggs could be out there. Nobody can convince me that Diggs wanted to be with the Cowboys. Nobody can convince me. I don't care who it is. They cannot convince me that Trayvon Diggs wanted to be out there for the Cowboys right around that time when he got the mysterious injury. Nobody will talk about what the injury was. It was just a mysterious injury. And from that mysterious injury, all of a sudden, we figure out about 4 days into the mysterious injury, he's had knee problems. Well, the Trayvon Diggs advocates was telling us that Trayvon Diggs was good. The rehab was great. He came back early, and the whole world owed Trayvon Diggs an apology. Only for about 5 or 6 weeks ago, all of a sudden we hear that his knees had been bothering him all along. And now I know his knees had been bothering him because even Trayvon Diggs verified the knees had been bothering him. So why is he anxious to come back now? Cowboys are winning. It's a big story. It's amazing. Somebody just said it in here. Who said this? I think it was Bass. Let me see if Bass said this. No, Robert Dudley. What up, Robert Dudley? Winning is the best medicine. We're winning all of a sudden. Now he's ready to come back. I'm not sold on this Trayvon Diggs thing. I'm not sold on this. Some of this has written all over it. Diggs is getting paid $20 million, and the Cowboys want him on the field. Or they want to see what he looks like on the field. Because you're 4-2 without Diggs. Explain to me, why do you need Diggs again? Explain it to me. Why do you need Diggs? Somebody said, well, Diggs is better than all the defensive backs we have. Man, let me tell you something. I got Diggs around number 4 because I'm going to tell you right now, Diggs, I'm not putting him in over Bland. I wouldn't even put Diggs in over Savon Revel Jr. I love everything I'm seeing from Savon Revel Jr. There is no way I would put him in over Savon Revel Jr. Kalen Carson was playing pretty doggone good when he was in here. I'd rather even see Josh Butler. Nah, I'm not buying that Trayvon Diggs is he's better than all the defensive backs that we have. I'm not believing it. I'm absolutely not believing it. I have a third theory, and I'm going to revisit all 3 of these again when we get to this Trayvon Diggs story. I got a third theory on this. A third theory. Cowboys may want to see if he's got something because the Cowboys win-win. If he's good, if he's the old Trayvon Diggs, but we got to temper our expectations. Diggs has not been the same old Diggs since the first injury. He hasn't been the same Diggs since the first injury. I don't really know what it is the Cowboys are saying they're looking for, but if Diggs plays well, hey, it's a win-win. If he plays well, I'm glad, because that means that if he plays good, then the Cowboys are better. But I'm still saying I wouldn't take Diggs over the guys that we got out there playing now. I just wouldn't. Because with Diggs, for me, it's bigger than just stuff on the field. And I'm going to show you just based on what Diggs himself said. Diggs said it. Diggs got me very perturbed about this. Because Diggs, in his own words, does not sound like a team player. In his own words. And I'm telling you, chemistry matters. Chemistry matters. This team is 4-2 without Trayvon Diggs. What does it need Trayvon Diggs back for? Explain it to me. Some of this sounds like we're paying him $20 million. We want him playing if he can play. Or in my last theory, okay, if he's good, maybe come the offseason, we can trade him. Because you have to be out of your mind if you think the Cowboys are paying Trayvon Diggs to come back to Dallas next year. It ain't happening. It's not happening. I would be shocked. I don't think there's a team left in this league that would pay Trayvon Diggs $20 million a season anymore. I don't think there's a team in the league that would do it. There are so many things inside of this thing with Trayvon Diggs that don't sound like that this is something that the Cowboys are doing necessarily because it's the right thing to do. It sounds like somebody is saying, we're paying him $20 million. If he's right, let's put him on the field. It sounds like a whole lot of other things other than the team being better. Because the reason why I'm saying that, they've already proven, what do they need him for? Somebody explain it to me. They don't need him. They have been playing superb defensively without Trayvon Diggs. And for all the Trayvon Diggs advocates, I'm going to show you Trayvon Diggs himself in his own words. His advocates will even tell you he's a man-to-man cornerback. Cowboys aren't playing 90% man, y'all. Just because they got Quentin Williams, get it out of your mind. They're not playing they're not playing 80% man. They're still playing primarily zone. So what are we saying? Trayvon Diggs, when he comes back, whenever the Cowboys go man to man, that's when we bring Trayvon Diggs in? Is that what we're saying? Because I'm telling you, I don't know what people are telling you. But the Cowboys have not went to no primarily man scheme. They have not done that. They are still running primarily zone defense. That's what they're running. And as they are talking about this Trayvon Diggs stuff, every time I've heard them talk about Trayvon Diggs, y'all explain this to me. Just make this make sense. Because sometimes you got to give the common sense part of this. Have you noticed? None of them are saying he's looking great. He's this top corner. He's going to come back and he's going to blah, blah. None of them are saying this. They're all saying the same thing. Oh, if he comes back and he plays well. Oh, if he comes back and he's this. Oh, if he comes... This has the writings to me of someone saying we're paying him $20 million. We want him on the field. We want him on the field. Because nobody is saying, I'm hearing nobody saying he's out there looking incredible. Don't believe me? Learn how to listen to people. They asked Brian Schottenheimer about Trayvon Diggs. Let me tell you something. If you were to ask me about a player, because I can tell you, if you were to ask me about, for example, how they were all smiley and giddy every time Overshown name came up. Savone Revel Jr., they're all giddy about it every time his name comes up. So you're telling me that this man's face is the face of someone who is confident in a player coming back. They all keep saying the same thing. Yeah, you know, if he comes back and he plays well, or oh, if he comes back and if he plays up to his potential. The man hadn't played up to his potential since the first injury. And even his advocates will say, well, he's not the same old Trayvon. He's not the same old Diggs. And that's what happens when you have injuries and blah, blah, blah. So explain to me again, what is the advantage of the Cowboys bringing him back? Now, if he's pre-contract Trayvon Diggs, there's a lot of advantages of bringing him back. Come on, man. I don't think it takes a rocket scientist. Trayvon Diggs isn't that. Yes, does Trayvon Diggs still have ball skills? I think he does. I've said this before. Trayvon Diggs has ball skills when things are in front of him. But the problem with Trayvon Diggs is not what's in front of him. The problem with Trayvon Diggs is that Trayvon Diggs cannot turn and run anymore adequately. And that is bottom line. The tape showed it. He cannot turn and run quickly. He never was a burner to begin with. It's not like we were talking about a 4-2, 4-3 corner from the beginning. He wasn't a burner. And if you can't turn and run, then you got to tell me again. He doesn't like zone. Zone is designed so he doesn't have to turn and run. But he don't like zone. How you going to play man and you can't turn and run? We saw in that Chicago game, Luther Burden III burnt his ankles off. He tried to get a jam on him, missed him. Burton ran right past him on that flea flicker, I believe it was, and it was all she wrote. This thing with Diggs, to me, does not sound like this is about this dude's skill. It sounds like this is about we're paying him $20 million. But again, you just tell me the way Brian Schottenheimer is looking as they're asking him about Trayvon Diggs. I don't know. Maybe body language don't matter. But this don't sound like it is what it is to me.
There you go. Yeah. I watched the game. Yeah.
You did. It was a great
I watched the game. Yeah.
Couple of questions. Piggybacking on the Diggs things, could he?
So how does his demeanor change so fast? You're coming off of a joke. They mentioned Trayvon Diggs, and this is one of the craziest questions Clarence Hill ever asked to me. And I know why he's asking this. Clarence Hill is asking this because I think he's been hearing out there that people say, what about Trayvon Diggs as a safety? Trayvon Diggs can't hit. It's okay. It's okay to say that, but Trayvon Diggs is not known as a tackler. We saw what happened in the Philadelphia game. They sent him on a quarterback blitz. He missed Jalen Hurts. Had him dead to rights, missed Jalen Hurts. We saw him in another tackle this year. Had to come out of the game because he didn't tackle right, hurt his neck or whatever the case may be. He's not a tackler. He's never been known as a tackler. Man, it would be insane to put Trayvon Diggs at safety. Now, I guess if you want him back there just so you're saying, hey, we're just talking about so nobody gets behind us. I don't know. But even that is safety. You're going to be required to play some kind of doggone. You're still going to be required to understand some kind of zone. The Queen, this is what I mentioned. The Cowboys want to put him out there next year to see if he's got something for a trade. This is what I mentioned too. These sound like ulterior motives. The Cowboys want to see what they got in him so that they can see if they can trade him. They're not bringing Diggs back, and there is no team. I'll be shocked. You'd have to find me the team that would be willing to pay Trayvon Diggs $20 million. Man, ain't no way. No way no team in their right mind would pay Trayvon Diggs $20 million. If the Cowboys could get out of it, they would have. They couldn't. It was guaranteed money. How does this man face change so quick when they talk about Trayvon Diggs?
Play safety, or is that even being considered?
No, I wouldn't even think of that. I mean, I think he's a shutdown corner when he's at his best and when he's playing.
Now notice the caveat. You gotta listen to things that people say. The caveat, when he's playing at his best. When has he played at his best? When's the last time? Somebody says he's been injured. That's the point. That's the actual point. When you start messing with the knees of cornerbacks and wide receivers, especially when you're talking about early in their career, back-to-back injuries, they are not the same. Injuries robbed the NFL of a Hall of Fame wide receiver in the name of Odell Beckham Jr. If Odell Beckham Jr. does not start to get injured, Odell Beckham Jr. is probably one of the best wide receivers we've ever seen, but injuries claimed him too. Injuries claimed him too. And I'm telling you, Diggs ain't worth $20 million. And it does to me sound like that this is not about this dude's ability. It doesn't sound like this is about Diggs' ability. It doesn't. It sounds like, hey, this dude, hey, man, $20 million. If he gets on the field and he looks good, then we can trade him next year. Because you got to ask yourself, there's only 5 games left. He will not be here next year. Bottom line, he's not going to be here next year. I don't think the Cowboys would bring Diggs back if Diggs even played for $5 million. I don't think the Cowboys bring him back. The truth is he hasn't been healthy pretty much, it seems, all season. He hasn't been healthy all season. Quentin Scott said Diggs complaining about his injuries. We winning games now. All of a sudden he's healthy. Trade him. I'm done with his no class act in front of the media, disappearing act self. They are a term called you selfish. Yeah, the term they call you selfish. Well, I'm gonna let you hear him in his own. I'm gonna show you what he said in his own words. His own words are bothering me. His own words. Bass, this is exactly where I am. They want a return on the investment. Bro, you know full well this has to be what this is about. You know this have to be what this is about. Why do you need Diggs back? You don't need Diggs back. Because, man, Diggs ain't going to be Diggs. Diggs, I still said, I think Diggs should have sit out the whole season. He's not going to be with the Cowboys next year. Sit out the whole season. Get your body right and get ready for the next team the way DeMarcus Lawrence did. DeMarcus Lawrence is out here balling on the Seattle Seahawks. Balling on them boys. Because he got his body right. He knew he wasn't going to be with the Cowboys the following season, and he refused to come back and play 90%, 95%. He did not come back and play. This, to me, sounds like the Cowboys wanting a return on their investment. I'm very perturbed at this because you got a great chemistry going on the defense. This dude, Trayvon Diggs, came out and said he didn't like the system. Didn't like the system that's being ran. I got news for you. It's the same system that's being ran. All because he can't play in a zone. Giacovelli said they played half the game against the Chiefs. So you're playing 60-40. So you're still not playing 50-50. So you're playing 60-40. This is my problem, Giacovelli. Even Mike Fisher mentioned this today. And I said this before, Mike Fisher, Giacovelli. They did not run 50-50 zone and man. Somewhere around 60-40. Rich Lloyd talked about it. But that was on pass plays. They run 60-40. So you're telling me that we're bringing back Trayvon Diggs just to play the man-to-man portions of the defense. So how does that make sense as a team? How does that make sense? I don't want a cornerback that can only do one. I want a cornerback that can do both. I want a cornerback that is versatile. A $20 million cornerback, I'm sorry, to be saying a $20 million cornerback can only play man is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And if he can only play man, then he can't play for me. He can't play for me, bottom line. Because I'm telling y'all, you are fooling yourselves if you truly believe in your mind that Diggs can play some of the best wide receivers in this game man-to-man, especially if they run anything past a 10 to 15 yard route. He's toast. He's never been fast. Foots the King was even talking about this, looking at the tape, saying that Trayvon Diggs has been trying to play trail technique. The problem is he can't play trail technique. He's not fast enough. He's never been fast enough. Now, if you're going to keep it in front of him, yeah, Diggs can get you on those 15ers because he's got very good ball instincts. He had an interception in the Green Bay game that got called back. If you keep it in front of him, he can get it. But if you're going to run past him, there's nothing he can do. Doesn't make sense. Sounds like a return on the investment.
Well, and he is a guy with incredible ball skills. But again, I think it's going to be good to have him out there moving around a little bit and see how he feels.
Kalen Carson, he back? You ready to go?
Should be. Yep. See how he moves around today.
I know there's a lot on the line for both teams, playoff implications with this game, but Detroit has made this thing personal the last couple of years. You've been around here with the tackle eligibles and different things that they've done, maybe to embarrass the Cowboys. I don't know if is that a source of motivation for your team? If you brought that?
Hold on, let me read these couple of super chats here. Ragnar said, Dak Fan for Life said Ragnar was why Campbell was looking sad at the presser. Okay, so Ragnar did not pass the physical. That is crazy. That is crazy. True Texan, what's going on? Appreciate that super chat. He said he wants film to close out his days for a payday. I believe this is a part of it. Because I think the Cowboys want to turn this into a win-win if they can. They're going to save $13 million at the end of the season. They're going to cut him regardless. They're absolutely going to cut him regardless. But they can also if there'll be somebody willing to trade for him, nobody's going to be willing to trade for him. Forget about it. Why would I trade for Trayvon Diggs? Why would I trade for Trayvon Diggs? He has no guaranteed money left on the contract. What team in their right mind is trading for Trayvon Diggs to guarantee him money that is no longer guaranteed? No, the Cowboys, in the grand scheme of things, because of the way they did the schedule, they're going to have to eat the way they did it. Nobody's going to trade you for Trayvon Diggs. They're not going to do it. Why would they? They're not going to trade for Trayvon Diggs. They're going to wait for the Cowboys to cut him. That's all they're going to do. They're going to wait for him to cut him. The code said he's better than the DBs we have in our secondary. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't think he's better. He may be better than some of them, but I'm not putting him in a game over Savone Revel Jr. no matter what. Savone Revel Jr. is his replacement. I don't need him to replace Savone Revel Jr. I'm not putting him in over Deron Bland. Because the one thing I know Deron Bland will do is that Deron Bland will tackle. I'm not putting him in over them. Now, the Cowboys, maybe they'll use him some in some one-on-ones. But I'll tell you this. I got to see what he look like. And I hope the Cowboys see what he looks like. As in, if he isn't playing well, don't put him out there. Yeah, Michael Smooth said, no, and Diggs, no one is paying him $20 million a year. Nobody. Nobody. And the Cowboys can forget it. I don't think there's nobody that trades for him. The Big Rabowski, he said Diggs makes the defense better when the Cowboys play in the theoretical fifth dimension, which ties quantum mechanics and general relativity. Man, the Cowboys know doggone well they're not better with Diggs. Rabowski, and I love that. Because what you're saying, they know it, man. They know it. But this smells like, to me, the Cowboys saying, hey, man, paying this dude $20 million. Let's see if we can get some return on this investment. But as far as anybody trading for him, nobody's trading for him. Yeah. JCT Slice said Trayvon Diggs has become another Michael Parsons. Corliss Piper said Diggs ship has sailed. It has. And I'm going to show you in his own words. I'm going to get some more Brian Schottenheimer in. And I think what we're going to do is I'm going to bring Trayvon Diggs in between the next interview with Matt Eberflus and let you hear what Trayvon Diggs says in his own words that really has me kind of like, this doesn't make sense to me what the Cowboys are doing.
That stuff up? Do you even talk about that at all?
No, you know us, Clarence. We talk about ourselves and we focus on ourselves. I mean, Dan has built a really strong football team that mirrors his identity, and we're trying to do the same thing here, and just another championship opportunity for us.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN.
Now, Brian does this quite a bit. Brian doesn't like to make a big deal of any particular game. He just doesn't. I mean, he's done this the whole season. So, it is what it is. It's the kind of person he is. And I understand what he's doing. He doesn't want his team, I guess, to get too down and doesn't want them to get too up. And then I guess you have to try to figure out ways to do that every single game. But I still say, and I'm not going to give the Marshawn Kneeland thing as much credit as it has been the boost the last 3 games. I think the real issue is what happened at the same time as the Marshawn Kneeland thing. Cowboys at the trade deadline. I mean, doggone it, man. You bring in Quentin Williams. You bring back Overshown. Savon Revel Jr. comes in and plays. I mean, those are a lot of coincidences that happens at the same time. And that's why the Cowboys are playing better. That's exactly why they're playing better. So they can continue to do that. But I do think sometimes, man, there are just certain games, man, you just got to say, man, hey, maybe there's a couple things that you mentioned, but I understand what Brian's doing.
3 of the last 3 games, you've had 3 of your 4 best defensive performances on third down. What do you attribute the improvement to on your third down defense?
Yeah, tighter coverage. I think that starts affecting the quarterback is a huge part of that. Getting, even if it's not sacks, it's hits. It's moving them off the spot. It's them feeling the rush kind of in his face. But really a combination of those. And, really, when we've struggled on third down, Todd, it's been really a lot of third and longs. Like we've struggled on third and long, which is really you're trying to get people into third and long. And so I think that it's been more of the first 2 things that we've made them have to make tighter, more contested throws, one. And then, of course, the quarterbacks have been, feeling the pressure of our pass rush.
Praised Ezaraku here for the last month or so. Was there any kind of aha moment for you with him where you saw, okay, he's kind of figured this out? Not that he ever figured it out, but he's kind of knows what the pro game's about.
I think just the consistency that he performs with every week is what jumps off the film at me. I mean, he just, he plays the run. He can affect the quarterback. He's disciplined. He's calling things out. And, I'm excited about him because I think, I also know the type of leader that he can be. And
listen how he's talking about Savon Revel Jr. Sounds a lot different, doesn't he? Sounds a lot different talking about Savon Revel Jr., doesn't he? Savon Revel Jr. in 3 games, people are looking at the tape. Savon Revel Jr. is jumping off the tape. He's jumping off the tape because he looks that good early on. And let's not act like he hasn't played against some good teams. He's played against some absolutely good teams. In the Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. He's played good. He has. Now, Papa Shug, I appreciate what you're talking about here, but you got to understand something with Trayvon Diggs. This isn't just about Trayvon Diggs on the field play. It's his attitude also. I don't know what's wrong with some of y'all. I mean, y'all can do whatever y'all want to do. And if it's y'all team, if it was y'all team, and if it was my team, I know what I would do. But I'm telling you this. When I'm talking about a football team, and when I'm talking about certain things, it's not even just a performance for me. Trayvon Diggs has been acting real selfish on this team. Extremely selfish. He's a part of that leftover regime. He was very close with Micah Parsons. He's a grown man still running around, or was actually running around crying. I don't know what he's going to be doing now. He was running around crying about a teammate being gone when every team in the NFL and every player in the NFL experiences players who they liked on the team going or being traded, being cut, or going to another team. Everybody experiences it. And Diggs is exactly, man, he's a grown man. This isn't just playing with Diggs. This dude's head game ain't there. And for me, you can't play for me if your head game not there. You can't play for me if your mind game is not there. You can't play for me. Bottom line, you cannot play for me if your mind game is not there. You cannot play for me. But I understand this is some of this stuff that the Cowboys, this is some of the stuff the Cowboys do. It sounds like to me this is more about they're paying this dude $20 million and they want him on the field.
And I think I shared with you guys, I talked to both him and Tyler Booker and, talked to them about, adding, their voice. And, hey, we're deep into the season and you guys have earned the right to speak up. And it's been fun for me to watch both those guys kind of come out of their shell a little bit and be comfortable speaking up in front of the guys and in meetings and things like that.
John Machado with The Athletic. With Kenneth Murray and Logan Wilson, the way you've been using them, is that kind of the way you see it is going forward, or do you want one of those guys, or do you prefer one of those guys to just win the job and be the guy?
Yeah, again, I think, John, what we're trying to do is create competition every day, and I think both guys are doing good things. I think in a perfect world, someone grabs it and it's like a no-brainer, but I think the good thing for us right now is they're both doing really good things, and so therefore it's like, let's find the rotation. They're both very different players, which I kind of like because it's different for the defense, in terms of the way they function and the way, Logan's got strengths and K9's got strengths. And so I do think that that's harder on offenses, being an offensive guy. But, again, I think we're comfortable going into battle with both those guys. And until one of them clearly shows, hey, I've taken this thing over and it's my job, then we're comfortable playing them both.
And then what did you think of Nate Thomas on Thursday and just what you've seen his whole body of work?
Yeah, love his size, love his athleticism. I think he looks way more comfortable, way more confident. What I like about Nate is he's really been prepping the last couple weeks, both at right tackle, left tackle. We actually had him competing some on the right side as well. But, the thing I like about Nate's when he's gone in there and had to start, he's played well. He's played with confidence. And, I think that that's something that a young player who really is in year one, like, let's be honest, Nate is really in year one. I know it's year two, with his experience in the league, but he missed all of last year. And so we're very pleased by what we see from Nate.
Yeah, and again, Bass, you make a good point. Deron gets cooked too, G, but Deron is here. Deron is here. Deron, and again, this isn't just about performance, but Deron Bland is here. Deron Bland has a contract. He has guaranteed money. Hey, Deron Bland is either going to work or he's not, but the Cowboys are rolling with Deron Bland. Deron Bland, hey, every cornerback gets cooked. Every cornerback's going to get burned. Every last one of them. I mean, unless your name is Patrick Surtain. I mean, other than that, all these cornerbacks are going to get burned. But with Diggs, for me, it's not just about Diggs playing. Diggs' mind, man, Diggs' attitude hasn't been right. Diggs' attitude has not been right. I'm telling you, this thing with Diggs, it smells all day long about the fact that the Cowboys are paying him. That's all it smells like. Because the only thing we're going to keep doing, and the Cowboys, they keep giving themselves a way out. They keep saying, if he looks good, they want to see how he looks. Because in the grand scheme of things, don't nobody know how he's going to look. Nobody knows how he's going to look. Nobody's worried about Diggs getting burned every now and then. But Diggs has proven over these last few years. I mean, the dude don't tackle. We know he doesn't tackle. Doesn't tackle. And if Diggs ain't Diggs, then what do you need him for? Because he's average. He's average. He's absolutely average if he's not the Diggs he was before the contract. But for me, with Diggs, I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Because I think the reason why he's not playing, it is bigger. I said it before, it was bigger than his performance. It's not just his performance with me. Big Rambowski said Diggs' cap hit going forward is close to $20 million. Nobody's going to sign him. But none of the money in his contract is guaranteed. So, of course, he's going to be open to taking a pay cut going forward with Dallas. And Dallas is not going to do it. I'm telling you, Dallas ain't doing it. They've had too many issues with him this year. Way, way too many issues with him this year. They're not going to do it. Confident Cowboys fan. Let me tell you something, confident Cowboys fan. I hope he does. I hope he does cook. I absolutely hope he cooks. Because I don't want the Cowboys playing him if he don't cook. Yeah, I want him to cook. I hope full well he comes out there and cooks. I hope Trevon Diggs comes out on this coming Thursday. I hope Trevon Diggs gets 3 interceptions and return 2 of them for touchdowns. Why would I not want him to? Because if the Cowboys going to put him out there, then doggone it, I want him to cook. Because for me, it's about the team. It's about the team winning. But when I hear them talk about Diggs, I don't hear them talk about he's this, that, or the other. Okay, we just want to, we want to see, if he does this and if he does that. This smells like this is not about this man's performance. True Talk TV, he said, buy Diggs, waste of $20 million. He's trash. You know what, True Talk TV, let me tell you the crazy part of this. It's not necessarily Diggs' fault that you can't control injuries. You can't control injuries. So Trevon Diggs gets injured. And I think, I don't know the whole story. Just the fact they talked about the rehab. He came back. He got hurt again. He came back early again, bragging about the rehab. But I'm going to let y'all hear in Trevon Diggs' own words that a lot of people were wrong about Trevon Diggs. Talking about he worked himself back early and he was this, that, and the other. Trevon Diggs, in his own words, is saying he wasn't right. I don't know if he was right or not, but he definitely didn't look right. But he said it in his own words. And he's still saying things in his own words that has me worried. But again, hey, Cowboys playing, I hope he balls out. Because I definitely don't want the Cowboys out there playing him and then he's getting burned out there and they're making excuses for him. Heck no, I want Trevon Diggs to come out and do well. I want him to. But this doesn't sound like this is about the Cowboys. This doesn't sound like this is about Diggs getting well. It just doesn't. Junior said Cowboys fans are still enamored with the 2022 Diggs. Junior, we've seen this before. We've seen this before, Junior. We had people talking about Ezekiel Elliott like he was still 2016 Ezekiel Elliott when everybody know full well he wasn't good. Everybody knew he was not good anymore. And the league spoke on Ezekiel Elliott. He went to the Chargers. Oh, he wait till he go to the Chargers. He gonna go to the Chargers and he gonna... I'm telling you, it always makes me laugh. People will say, the front office love our players, and they be the same people loving our players. Same people. Same people. Yeah. Cowboys fans are still enamored with the 2022 Diggs. That player is gone. Facts, Junior. We should be excited about what's happening. Let the past go. And I'm telling y'all right now, this is why I say the Michael Parsons trade. I like the Michael Parsons trade because it wasn't just the Michael Parsons trade was the mental stability of this team. It's one of the best things that happened to this team. It's one of the best things that happened to this team. And people, I was saying it even when it happened. I was saying even when it happened, Michael Parsons being gone was one of the best things that happened to the Cowboys. And when Trevon Diggs is gone from the Dallas Cowboys, it's going to be one of the best things that happened to the Cowboys. Like it or not. Don't like it, don't care. Don't like it, don't care. Don't like it, don't care. And so, again, Trevon Diggs, and let me just show you, because the Cowboys got to be very careful how they proceed with this thing with Trevon Diggs. And I'm showing you this because these are his own words, and his own words sound absolutely insane to me. Sounds like the same old Trevon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs, there's an interview over here. I think it's on DallasCowboys.com. And it's talking about Diggs rejoining the team. He said, I'm really excited, Diggs said. He said, I feel like momentum is going. And I just want to make sure I go out there and continue the momentum. Put out great effort, make plays, and just continue to try and help this team win. Yeah, I hope he does too. It's obvious he's going to play. We'll just see how much he plays. So again, this thing about the concussion he suffered at home, which I can't debate what had happened. But I say it's strange to me that he gets this concussion issue and all of a sudden we start hearing about his knee. Now, watch this. Diggs says this. No one else. For all the people, oh, yeah, he's this and that. He's good to go. In his own words, it doesn't sound like Diggs was good to go at the beginning of the season. Says I'm 100% better after a knee injury was added to his injury report status heading into the Week 8 Broncos game where he was placed on injured reserve. Where'd the knee injury come from? Because nobody had talked about it. But he got a knee injury. I'm sure it's the same knee injury. And Diggs, in his own words, this is the part that has me very perturbed about this issue with Diggs. I feel way better now because you don't know how you're going to feel when you get out there, Diggs said. I won't out there. I was feeling good the first couple of weeks, and then it started to weigh on me a little bit. Wasn't right. That's why it started to weigh on him. He wasn't right. And people would say, oh, no, he came back. He's this, he's that, he's this. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Diggs wasn't right to start with. He said, I started getting some swelling in my knee. Now I don't have any swelling in my knee. I feel good. I feel like I'm running good. I feel like my hamstring's strong. Everything is good and strong. I feel ready. Hope so. It's funny to me, though. How are you ready and 2 weeks in, you're having problems? So what are we saying? So 2 weeks in is the reason why he wasn't playing well? Okay, so he was injured. But this is the part that really has me perturbed. So it says here, does Diggs believe he'll be back on the field Thursday when the Cowboys head to Detroit to play the Lions? Y'all can make of this anything y'all want to. I'm going to blow this up for you. Y'all can make of this anything y'all want to. But for me, this is a no-go. He says yes if they let me be me. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does it mean if they let him be him? So you're a team player. You're a team player. Your focus should just be going out there on the field and playing. Period. End of story. We're not hiring you to be the coach, Trayvon Diggs. If you want to be the coach, if you don't like the system, if you don't like the way things are being done, then sit down and let somebody else play. What do you mean if they let you be you? Somebody explain that to me. What does that mean? What does that mean? Explain it to me. What does that mean? If they let me be me. This is his words, not mine. Explain it to me. What does that mean? Tell me, what does that mean? If they let me be me. If they let me be me, what does that mean? No, you don't get to be who you don't get to tell us if we let you be you. So what are you saying? Because I'm one-dimensional? I'm one-dimensional and I can only play man. because that's what his advocates are always preaching. He's a man corner. Why let him play zone? So is that what we're saying? So when they play man, that's when he plays? This is foolishness. This is absolute foolishness. I'm not bringing this person to play on my team if it's all about him. No other players are saying this. No other player on this team is talking like this. And the chemistry on this team has been incredible. I don't need a player talking like this. You can't play for me. This is a mental game as much as it is a physical game. It's a thinking man's game. Why would you want this type of attitude on your team? If they let me, that's stupid. That is stupid talk. No, this is dumb talk. You cannot defend it. If they let me be me. Bro, I promise you, if they didn't know this man, if they didn't know this man, whatever they owe him on that $20 million, he wouldn't be playing. He would not be playing. And this sounds like to me that Jerry Jones, as much as I love Jerry Jones has stepped in and said something. And the reason why I believe Jerry Jones has stepped in and said something is because Jerry Jones was the first one to open up his mouth and say, yeah, Diggs is going to be playing. You don't even let the coach make this announcement. You make it. And that tells me he's decided it. Sounds like to me he's the one that decided it. Ron Hanna said, sounds selfish to me. Sounds selfish to me too. If you let me be me. I'm using his words. Those are not my words. That's not a twist on words. Let me be me. That's insane talk. Mill said, toxic dude. Exactly. G-Code, they don't need to cut Diggs. And they're not going to cut Diggs. The Cowboys are not going to cut him and let him go out there on the street, and they're still going to owe him that money. They don't have to bring Kyrie Elam back. They already got it in the building. It's already been working. This dude, Reddy, has been playing pretty well in the slot. He's been playing well in the slot. Elam, minus that Raiders game. I mean, not Elam, Bland. Bland minus that Raiders game. Bland has had a pretty good, not the Raiders, the Arizona game. Bland has played pretty good. Savon Revel Jr. has played absolutely awesome. Kalen Carson has played really good. Josh Butler already said he's ready to go. It's just a matter of the team making the decision. Bring him back. Why bring bad chemistry to the team? Chemistry matters too. And when I read somebody saying, yeah, if they let me be me, Diggs, I wish somebody would have said, clarify this. What does that mean? What does that mean? Because the game plan actually dictates what you're going to do. When the Cowboys played the Philadelphia Eagles, they played a tremendous amount of zone defense because he has a problem reading zones. They came back against the Kansas City Chiefs. The Cowboys did exactly what I thought they were going to do. The Cowboys did something that I said, it sounds crazy, but it's how you're going to have to beat the Chiefs. You got to make Patrick Mahomes beat you. You got to stop the run, and you make Patrick Mahomes beat you. That sounds crazy, but it's your only chance. Because if they would have let the Kansas City Chiefs run the ball and Patrick Mahomes getting loose, there's no way they win that game. But by putting the game in the hands of Patrick Mahomes, you made them one-dimensional, and the only way they were going to beat you was through the air. And what happened? The Cowboys were able to beat them. The Cowboys were able to beat them. So every single team, it becomes, you're not going to run 60-40, 70-30, 80-20. It all depends on the quarterback and the offensive scheme. I got a strange feeling the Cowboys will probably run around 65 to 70% zone on Mr. Jared Goff. On passing downs, they're probably going to run a lot of zone. They're going to see if they can get to him, and I'm sure those 5-man fronts, they're going to give him all kinds of trouble. All kinds of trouble. Cowboys aren't going to try. And this is the part I don't like. We're not adjusting no defense for Trayvon Diggs. Why would we do that? Why would we do that? He says, okay, I'm sorry on the reading. If they let me, Diggs said. Okay, still, give me clarification. What do you mean if they let me? If they let you? Because it's obvious they've already said he's going to be on the field. Do you believe he'll be back on the field Thursday when the Cowboys head to Detroit for the Lions? Yeah, if they let me. It's clear they've already said he's going on the field. He's already going on the field. He'll be on the field unless, as Jerry said, there's some kind of setback. But again, tell me what you want. Diggs, 6 weeks ago, didn't sound like he wanted to be here. All of a sudden now the Cowboys in the playoffs, he's ready to be here. Yeah, I'm sorry, Miss Matrix. Correction on that. Bass corrected me. But he's saying, if they let me. Well, they've already said he's going on the field. They've already said he's going on the field. Diggs, to me, I'm still worried about Diggs. Because Diggs, to me, still. We don't know. And the thing is, people who are advocating for him, and they're saying, show you the proof. Well, show me the proof that Diggs is ready. We don't know if Diggs is ready. But this don't sound like, to me, the Cowboys are bringing him in because they think he's going to be better. Doesn't sound like it to me. But y'all hey, you know what? At the end of the day, I'm going to keep it this simple. I am a Cowboys fan. If Diggs can come in and play the way, and I'm not even going to put on Diggs if he can be 2022 Diggs, because I don't think we're ever going to see 2022 Diggs again. I think Diggs has had too many injuries. I think Diggs has had way too many injuries. But if Diggs can come back and play good, okay, we'll see. We'll see. But I can tell you this, if he plays well, I'm ecstatic. And I hope he plays well the rest of the season. Because so far this season, Diggs hasn't played well. And everybody knows it, and it's true. He hasn't played well. Absolutely. Yeah, I got you, Alicia. I got you. Check his quote again. Yeah, misread by me. No problem. I can admit that. Misread by me. But again, he's saying, if they let me, he's getting on the field. It is obvious he is getting on the field. Yeah, I got you. I appreciate y'all correcting me. Yeah, I appreciate y'all correct me on the reading part. Got me. Got you. No problem with me. If I read it wrong, I got you. Yeah. But again, doesn't change where I am with it doesn't change where I am with Trayvon Diggs. It does not change where I am with Trayvon Diggs. Diggs didn't want to be here 6 weeks ago. Diggs didn't want to be here 6 weeks ago. Now Diggs is supposedly ready to come back. I'm still the same place on Diggs. I'm wondering about the chemistry of this team. I'm wondering about the chemistry. How will it work when Diggs come back? Because before Diggs left, if you tell me that Diggs was happy on this team, you got to tell me what you were seeing. Because he was not happy on this team. And it was blatantly obvious. And that is still my biggest fear with Diggs. That is still my biggest fear. And I still say, I don't think they're bringing him back because they want the defense to be better. I think they're bringing him back because they want a return on their investment. Junior said people have to remember Diggs is trying to play with bone on bone. Junior, I bought this up early in the season when he first came back. This bone graft procedure that he had, I'm telling you, when you go back and read how severe, how complicated this is, to come back from that type of injury, man, it is tough. It is absolutely tough. I said it way back then. He said his comeback was always going to be a long shot. Yeah, much respect for trying to come back, but reality can't be beat. Now, Junior, I'm going to tell you why I am on it. I'm not sure if he couldn't have beat it because he's been out there on the field. I just don't think he sat down long enough. And I'm going to say the same thing I said about Diggs before. If I was him, I would have sat out the whole season. He's not going to be on Dallas. I'm sorry, he's not going to be on Dallas. He will not be playing for the Cowboys next year. Will not be playing. If I were him, I would sit out the entire season, get my body right, and get ready for the next team. Because I'm telling you, DeMarcus Lawrence is balling right now. Got his body right, he's balling. Marquietos, he said, I like Diggs, but now Diggs got to sit this one out, G, and let him come back against LA. They want their return on their investment, I believe. I believe they want the return on the investment. Bass said maybe, but that's who the Jones love, injured guys. Yeah, we say that all the time, too. We say that all the time, too. All right, let me read some more here, then I'm going to get back into this thing with... matter of fact, I may switch over to Matt Eberflus, because I do think if you heard Schotty once, you've heard him a million times. Papa Shook said, gee, we're all Cowboys fans. We all want the best for the players on the field. That doesn't make people less fans of this team. Oh, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. This is why I don't get mad that people have their own opinions. I don't get mad about it. It don't bother me. I made a mistake on the misquote. No big deal. But I'm still where I am with Diggs. I'm very concerned about Diggs because y'all know I've said this before. I still say Diggs, one, the chemistry of the team. I'm concerned. I'm concerned about the chemistry of the team. But number two, I've said this over and over and over about Diggs. There is going to be life after the Dallas Cowboys. There will be life after the Dallas Cowboys. And I was screaming at the beginning of the season. I don't think he should have came back. I just don't think he should have came back. Until he was 100%, even if that meant sitting out the whole season. Because the Cowboys, the way that deal looks, he was never going to be re-signed. He was never going to be re-signed. OG Pac-Man, man, let me tell you something. When it comes to the Dallas Cowboys, I want to be wrong if it means the Cowboys winning. I will be the first one to come back. That if Diggs balls out, not just one game, but if Diggs comes in and if Diggs comes back and balls out over the next few games, I'm going to be the first one to tell you, I'm glad. I'm glad. Why? Because this is about the Cowboys winning. And if Diggs' body is actually right, and if Diggs can get back to being what he used to be, I'm excited. I'm not only excited for the Cowboys, I'm excited for Diggs. Because that means that when Diggs leaves here next year, he'll have a future. But at the end of the day, for me, this is about the Cowboys winning. Just like Jaden Blue. The Cowboys have obviously decided that this year, and I still say, Jaden Blue, the Cowboys are not done with Jaden Blue. But I do think the Cowboys may be done with Jaden Blue this season. Cowboys may be absolutely done with Jaden Blue. But for me, Jaden Blue, as much as I would like Jaden Blue to play, it's about the Cowboys winning. Cowboys brought in Malik Davis. Malik Davis did his thing. Cowboys went and drafted, and when it picked up some other running back, I can't remember the name, but if that's what it is for the Cowboys, that's what it is for the Cowboys. Whatever it is that makes this team better, that's what I'm looking for. And again, Douglas Harrison, I'm actually laughing. I appreciate your comment. It is funny to me. I'm the last person that anybody, and not just me, Diggs did enough on his own to turn people against Trayvon Diggs. Diggs did that on his own. Don't try to blame that on no content creator. Don't try to blame that on anybody in the media. Diggs has done enough on his own. He's done enough on his own to turn people against him. But again, for me, I've already said this. I said this before. Could not have. I would have tried to trade Diggs at the trade deadline, but I don't think anybody would have traded for him. And that's a fact. I just don't think anybody would have traded for him. But the Cowboys are bringing him back, so we're going to see what happens. If he does well, I'll be the first one to tell you, I'm glad. I'll be the first one to tell you, I'm glad.
And think he's got a very high ceiling.
Anything from with George's knee, calf thing, or is he good through that?
Did you see him jump over that guy?
I did.
Yeah, I think he's okay.
Top of yours, DallasCowboys.com. Dak and Jared Goff are, I think, 2 and 3 in play action passing this year. When you're going up against a guy who uses play action and is so good at it as your quarterback is in practice, do you feel like that is beneficial for your defense in a game setting because they've seen you work so much of it in practice?
I think so. I think, we both have identity where we want to run the football. We want to obviously, use the play action passing game. I think it does. I think when you look at some of the plays that they run, it's not just the action passing, it's the motions and things like that. They probably use more of the extra linemen than we do. But I think so, because a lot of times we can look at those plays, Tommy, and we translate it into our verbiage. And so it's almost like you're not even running a card, you're actually running a play that we have, and we can use our terminology on it. And I think that makes the look cleaner sometimes.
And you mentioned the run game with them, with Gibbs and Montgomery. How unique is that, and what kind of a challenge did both of those guys present?
Yeah, both terrific players. Talk about Gibbs. The speed is just incredible. You give that guy space, and he's just, I don't think I've seen him get caught yet. Loved him coming out. One of my favorite interviews that I ever did at the Combine. He was incredible, and I've competed against Montgomery a number of times, and the physicality he plays with. So I think it's a really cool balance that they have of those two guys, and not knowing them and how they function, I would imagine they're close friends and they want what's best for each other, but they're a very dynamic 1-2 punch.
Skyler Dixon with the AP. Quentin Williams has told us at least once that one guy can't do it all in the context of the difference that he's made. The evidence is pretty overwhelming of the difference that he's made. What do you see in the difference in the 3 games since he's been here?
I think it starts with just the way you have to game plan him. We've done that quite a bit, Skyler, over the last couple of years, and you have to have a plan to neutralize him. Him one-on-one is a very, very tough assignment for really any interior offensive lineman. But I do think that he's exactly right. It's not just one guy. You know, I mean, we have Jadeveon Clowney's affecting the quarterback as much as anybody. You know what I'm saying? The coverage, Revel is doing a great job of tying up receivers, which is, again, tighter coverage, so now the pass rush gets home. And I think what you hear Q say is real. You know, defense is about all 11 guys, but, again, I'd be lying if I said when you open up the personnel report and you see Quinnen Williams' name, you're like, oh, what am I going to do about this? You know, and so I think that's real. And when you pay a lot of attention to him, it gives other guys a lot of opportunities to showcase their talent.
And his production seems to be a little better than it was with the Jets. Does that speak to what you're just saying, that the personnel that he joined, the guys you already have that could make plays, and now he's got him with him to do it?
Yeah, I think and how well he's fit in with the locker room. I mean, how quickly he's gotten adapted to our style, our culture, our connection, the way he's communicating. Certainly helped that he's had this style of defense with, White Cotton. And but I think it speaks to him not just as a football player, but as a man. I know everybody's talked about his speech, a couple weeks back. But, he's just been so easy to bring him into our family, and Logan as well. And really a number of the new guys, but that's what you love about him.
Ed Werder, WFAA. When seasons start, teams generally talk about their first goal is to win the division. Since week one and that loss to Philly, it almost seemed unattainable where you guys were 2 weeks ago. But since you overcame that 21-point deficit, beat them, now you've won 3 straight. They've lost 2 straight. You're within a game and a half of them with 5 to play. How do you view the potential now, and how do you interact with the players about, achieving that goal?
Yeah, Ed, I talked to the guys today about, just trust the process. You got to stay in the moment. We're taking today. What is today? Seriously, today is Sunday, right? But it's Wednesday for us. I'm not thinking about winning the division. I'm thinking about throwing a great practice today and then having great meetings this afternoon and cleaning up the things that we got to do and then putting together a great third down plan. From day one, I've told you guys, and it's what I believe, and there's different styles. When you start looking too far ahead, whether it's game one, preseason, end of season, you take your eye off what really matters. And I think that's when you don't perform to your maximum capabilities because you're distracted. I told the guys a little bit today, just because we've won 3 games, that doesn't change anything. We're going to go out there today and we're going to be very intentional about throwing a great practice. We're going to go out there, run around in shells. We got to really focus on the fundamentals. I think focusing on the skills that help you play at an elite level is what's going to help us continue to sustain success and win games moving down into the latter part of the season and put ourselves in position to make the playoffs, whatever that looks like.
In your first season as a head coach, you had 2 jobs here when the season began that you'd never done before here. Head coach ever play caller on offense. In addition to that, you had the defensive crisis you had to get involved in, and the death of a player that you had to help the players through. How do you look at how you handled and managed all of those challenges?
I'll probably do that after the season, to be honest with you. I'll look back, and I'm always going to be hard on myself. I'm always going to look at the things I didn't do well, but I'll also find the things I've done well. I think, what I would say to you, Ed, to that is I'm always going to be real. I'm always going to be me. And I think that, that allows me to sleep well at night after a win, after a loss, after a good day, after a tragic moment, because I think that's what allows you to impact people, is when you're authentic, you're real, you care about people, and that's the way I was raised.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio, 105.3 The Fan. Their Lions defense and their new coordinator, Shepard, he had been with Glenn for a few years and knows the players and personnel and system, but how different is it, and if at all, and every coordinator, I'm sure, tries to put their own stamp on things, so what is his?
I think he's doing a great job. I really do. I think, you look at, how physical they play. I give Dan a lot of the credit, but, with AG moving on to go to New York and Kelvin coming in, I think you see his personality fits in there as well. The thing that makes them a little bit unique is they're very comfortable playing base defense. They play base defense to basically everything. But this is a physical group, and they're aggressive, and they're going to get up in your face and play you press man to man. And they don't shy away from saying, hey, we're going to come up and play you press man to man, and they make you work. And the linebackers are very, very good, and you can tell that there's a lot of carryover. But I do think that you see his personality. I think you see they're doing a really good job taking the football away. You watch the intentionality of them punching balls and trying to strip balls out, which has been an area that we need to be a lot better at. That's maybe one of the things that jumps out at me is how they're attacking the football.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. You've had two tough interior defensive lines that you've faced the last 2 weeks. Tyler Booker's allowed 2 pressures. What's the biggest difference you've seen from the beginning of the season with Tyler Booker to now?
Fundamentals. I think he's playing way more in balance. I think he's using his length. He's got incredible arm length, and he's using his length. And it's been 2 really, really good players. I mean, talk about Jalen and Chris Jones, and I do think that it's because of the fact that he's playing with a great base and he's using his length, and the play style jumps off the film. He's always been great at that. That's never changed. But I would say it comes down to his fundamentals, and that kind of goes back to my point I was talking about earlier was that has to continue. You can't get into late November, December where you start pulling off of reps and you start pulling things back a little bit because of how late it is in the season. But you got to get your individual. Like, I'm not going to trim individual. We need to focus on those skills that allow us to play well. And I think that's why he's playing well, is he's learning to use his hands and stay in balance and have counter moves and things like that.
And I know early in the season he had some rookie moments and then obviously had an injury too to deal with. Just how did you see him kind of handle that and kind of persevere through that?
He attacked it. I mean, he really did. He attacked it. I remember I could see him. He''d be over there with Britt. He'd be working, and we'd be watching the plays. I'd see him down there doing this. Like, what are they doing? What play? Oh, I know that play. I think, he loves to play football, man. And I think you see that with the way he plays the game.
Calvin.
I've had a couple of guys that have been traded, and you've always said you were communication.
Let me make a comment here. Brian, let me see. No, Paul, what is this? Paul on Demand. I got you. Paul on Demand. Appreciate this comment you made. You said that all cornerbacks look better with pressure, especially Diggs. I think this is one of the things that Diggs does well. I do think this is one of the things that Diggs does well. I mentioned this earlier. Diggs got ball skills. There is no doubt about it. Diggs has ball skills. I mentioned it earlier. If you looked at the Green Bay game, they took a great interception away from him. Because the one thing that Diggs did very well, especially pre-injury, because one of the things that get lost in the sauce, I mean, people got to understand, cornerbacks get burned. End of story. It's end of story. Cornerbacks get burned. They all do. Some less than others. And I shouldn't say, I don't know. Patrick Surtain is another one of them ones that's different. But even he's gotten burned. Because I think that he was going to have a hard time. I think he was going to have a hard time against George Pickens. I really do. I think George Pickens was going to give Patrick Surtain the business. I really do. But again, they all struggle. They all get burned, I mean. But good pass rushes, pressure, especially the kind of pressure the Cowboys are bringing. The Cowboys are bringing pressure up the middle, and it is the worst kind. It is the worst kind of pressure. And so if the Cowboys force the Detroit Lions into a situation to where the Detroit Lions have to start throwing the ball very quickly, getting the ball out very quickly. And if you see Jared Goff trying to get the ball out quickly and going to the outside receivers, well, Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland should actually have a very good game. Because pass rushes actually help out. Pass rushes help out everyone. They absolutely do. And they especially help out defensive backs. Nate Newton actually made this point, and I think what Nate Newton said is a great point. Now, I have noticed over the last couple of weeks. So I want to see when Diggs get back, are they going to allow him to do what they've been allowing, it seems to me, only Savon Revel Jr. to do? And it's blatantly obvious that they're letting him do some press. I don't see the other defensive backs doing this, but I see Savon Revel Jr. doing some press. We'll see if Diggs does some press. But at the end of the day, that pass rush is going to help out defensive backs because Nate Newton said it best. Whenever they get in that backfield, you get them off that spot, even if it's a half-second delay. A cornerback like Revel, a cornerback like Bland, a cornerback like Diggs, if you can just get a slight delay and they can get a jump, well, they can turn that into an interception. They can absolutely turn that into an interception. So, again, I've already said this before. No, Diggs got ball skills, especially if you're talking about keeping things in front of him, because when you start talking about getting the ball out fast, you don't have time for long developing go routes and anything else deep. No, it's pretty obvious you're going to have to take what the defense give you within the allotted time. So the Cowboys pass rush should absolutely help Diggs. Yeah, that's a no-brainer fact that you bring up right there. Let me go back to who that was. Paul on Demand. Yeah, this is a very sensical comment. Yeah, it's a very sensical comment. It makes perfect sense. And so that could be another reason. We can't rule out that the Cowboys want Trayvon Diggs to come back because they believe he's going to play well. Maybe they could. Maybe there's a part of them that says, well, our defense, our line is getting a pass rush, and with the way that Diggs plays, maybe with things in front of him, they'll have to play it fast. Maybe he can get some jumps on the ball. Maybe he can get some jumps on the ball. Maybe it works. Maybe it works. Confident Cowboys fan said, if we shut down the run game, I don't think the Lions can beat us in the passing game. Confident Cowboys. This is exactly what the Cowboys are going to do. The Cowboys are going to stop, or at least they're going to attempt to, and I believe they're going to be able to do so. I believe they will stop the run game of the Detroit Lions. I believe they will stop the run game of the Detroit Lions. And this is exactly what the Cowboys did to the Kansas City Chiefs, because it makes sense. The way you stop teams that have, if they have a run game and a passing game, and especially if the passing game is prolific, stop the run game. If there is one game that you want to put all of the onus on this quarterback winning, it's Jared Goff. You want to put all of that. OG Pac-Man. OG Pac-Man, I don't agree with you. And you're entitled to have your opinion, but I don't agree with you. Just because someone has an opinion, and even when we state facts on players, people don't like it if they like that player. But I'm not going with you on the fan base. And this is this nonsense that people put out there. No, our fan base don't dog out players per se. But there's nothing wrong when you're seeing a certain thing from a player to say something about it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That doesn't mean that a person hates the fan base. That doesn't mean that a person hates the players. Sometimes people just see things and they just point it out. They can either be right or they can be wrong. But I'll tell you about me. So, you know what? I'll tell you about me. It won't be the first time that I'll misread something. Won't be the first time I'll be wrong about something. Thing about me, I don't mind saying that if I'm wrong about something, I was wrong about it. If I misread it, I misread it. I apologize about it. But at the end of the day, you become what you hate. You get mad about somebody labeling somebody, but then you want to label somebody. Doesn't work like that. And I can tell you, I'll tell anybody else, this is a place you don't have to be. You don't want to be here. don't be here. Bottom line. You don't want to be here, don't be here. That goes for anybody. You don't want to be here, don't be here. If you don't have the capacity for a person to misstate, make a mistake, state their opinion, whether they are basing it on, because sometimes even when you show people what you're seeing, they don't believe what you're seeing. And don't even dare try to come in here talking about that if somebody makes a mistake on something, they're wrong on everything. I'm not buying that. That's stupid talk. That's absolute stupid talk. Mills is entitled to say whatever he wants to say here. If you don't like it, don't be here. Bottom line. And I'm telling you moderators right now, I don't care if it's a content creator. Do not be afraid to block content creators. Because I'm telling y'all now, I've told y'all again, I'm going to tell you again, the one thing I will not do, and if that's what somebody wants, then you're going to have to go somewhere else. I'm not going to be arguing with content creators. I'm not going to be arguing with content creators on social media, and I'm definitely not going to be arguing with content creators on my channel, in the chat, or any of those things. And I'm telling you now that if you don't think you can handle that, let me know. Or you can just revoke that wrench all you want to. Because I'm telling you now, do not be afraid to block content creators. Because the one thing I am not going to put up with in this space, I will not put up with a content creator coming in here. I will not put up with it coming in here trying to talk bad. I will not do it, because the one thing I think all content creators should be able to do, there needs to be a certain level of respect in this game. If you don't feel like that, then don't be here. Don't be here. You're not needed here. Some of these content creators, they want to try to, they're already upset because of the kind of because of the growth of the channel. We already got some of them like that. And this is why some of them, and I will not ever, I'm not letting content creators build anything off my name. I wish I would go back and forth with a content creator to build up that drama so people can try to follow that nonsense. I will not do it. If you're going to build something, you might build something on my name, but I tell you this, it won't be because I'll be going back and forth with you. It's a shame when you get content creators who are so jealous of other content creators, they will do things to try to cause a controversy or an issue with a content creator so that they can try to build fan base off that content creator. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. And I'm telling anybody this. If you don't have the room for people to make mistakes, this ain't the place for you. I'm telling you straight up, this ain't the place for you. Because the one thing I'm going to tell you, I'm going to make a mistake. Straight up. I'm going to make a mistake. Even if I don't, I'm not going to make it on purpose. I'm going to make a mistake. I'm going to say something sometimes that might not be what it is if I misread it. Maybe the information was wrong. Yeah, I get the room to do that, just like y'all do. I get that room to do that. Other people's opinion don't bother me. Y'all have seen where I have read other people's opinion. Don't bother me. Don't bother me. Some of y'all have said things that made me go, okay, you know what? That may have changed my mind on that. Some of y'all helped me. I can appreciate that. I can absolutely appreciate that. And that's why I said the moment I saw, oh, hold on a second. So, okay, I misread that. Okay, apologies right there. I misread it. But that statement isn't what got me to where I am with Diggs, because anybody knows I've always had these thoughts about Diggs this year. You can go back and check this channel. I talked about the Cowboys are at war with Trayvon Diggs. I talked about these things. I talked about these things. The Cowboys, the things they said about Trayvon Diggs. Would that make you want to play here? Trayvon Diggs, the things he was doing towards the Cowboys, especially when they traded Michael Parsons, the way he was acting all in his feelings. Maybe he's over it now. We'll see at the end of the day. But people who come and start talking about this stuff about people hating their players, man, this is crazy talk. Everybody can have their opinion. They can have their opinion, even as it pertains to Ezekiel Elliott. People just saw Ezekiel Elliott different. I'm sorry, but the Cowboys know full well they paid too much for Ezekiel Elliott. They absolutely did. And it wasn't so much, like I said, way back then. Yeah, you know what? Maybe Zeke wasn't washed. But for what they paid for him, it wasn't quite right. And they know it. Yeah, Brandy. Yeah. Brandy said, G, you're one of the nicest content creators. She said, AOC is my guy, but he has no problem calling people out. Yeah, hey, and you know what? AOC, he different. AOC built, hey, Brandy, AOC built like that. He built like that. And I don't have no problem with that. This ain't the church. This ain't the church. This is YouTube and us talking about the Cowboys. And AOC, he can build his platform any kind of way he want to. And I'm not going to criticize him for it, whether I agree or disagree. But what I will not do, if I don't like something that AOC is doing, Brandy, I promise you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to go on AOC's channel, videos, live stream, and say anything about AOC. Why? Because I got respect for him. I got respect for what he's doing. I got respect that I know that in the grand scheme of things, that he's trying to make an honest living, and whatever he's reporting because he feels a certain type of way about it. I'm pretty sure AOC will tell you that he's been wrong before. But just because he's wrong on one thing, don't make him wrong on all things. And we all have the capacity to make mistakes. Because what I am laughing about is people who will be quick to point out your mistakes. They're not the same people that'll be quick to point out the things that they said that we know to this day is absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. And I don't care what facts they give. It don't be true. One thing I know about people, hey, you can bring facts all you want to. But at the end of the day, the proof gonna be in the pudding. What is the outcome? And this is why, for me, unlike some people, let me tell you the one thing I'm not going to do. I am never going to dig in on something so strong that I can't turn around and say, you know what? I was wrong about that. And when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys, if there is one thing I want to be wrong about, it's something that I said that was not going to work for the Cowboys, and it turns out to work for the Cowboys. I'm glad to be wrong about that. If Diggs comes out, man, I hope Diggs comes out. I hope Diggs comes out and gets 3 interceptions, returns 2 of them for touchdowns, has 10 tackles, and I hope anybody who want to come in here and say, I told you about Trayvon Diggs, I'm going to tell you, you were right. I'm going to tell you straight up, man, you were right. Diggs looked extremely good today. I'm going to tell you, you were right. I'm gonna tell you straight up. But again, I'm not for all that I'm not for all this all that stuff. I'm not going back and forth, because again, I'm not going back and forth trying to tarnish somebody's name in the content creation world, no matter if I agree with what they say or whatever the case may be. That's not my role. My role is to do what I do. And that's why I appreciate y'all in the chat. That's why I say it's the best chat on YouTube, because if y'all correct me on something, what did I say? Oh, misread that. You're right. You're right. As I always tell people and I teach people, it's not about doing something wrong. It's about what do you do after you say or do something wrong. So no problem for me. If I misread it. I still say, if you let me, I still want to see some clarity on this. They're going to let him on the field. But with Diggs, at the end of the day, it's bottom line. We got to see it on the field. Because if we're being honest with ourselves, we haven't seen it on the field. Diggs has not been the same. And when I was saying this early in the season, people were pushing back against it, saying, oh, no, he is right. Only for Diggs now, in his own words in that article, Diggs said he wasn't right. Diggs said he wasn't right. We'll see if he's right when he comes back. Because I said this before the season started, and I'm going to say it again. It's one thing to say that you are this, that, and the other when you're out there on the practice field, when you're out there in rehab. And it's another thing when you're out there actually playing against somebody and you're going up against them and it's not playing and you're reacting. Those are two different things. So we're going to really see if he is ready, because I can tell you now, the Detroit Lions, the Cowboys are going to put them in a situation to where they're going to have to pass the ball, because the Cowboys, they're going to go out there and stop the run. It's obvious. It's the game plan. It's the game plan. And that's why, again, and then I'm gonna move on, because I don't like giving people so much attention. But I'm telling us this again. I'm saying this again, and I always laugh at people. They're quick to point out when you say something wrong, but they'll never point out the 50, 75, or 100 times you were right. All they want to point out is when you were wrong, because that is where they want to, that's their jumping off point, where you were wrong, because they want to capitalize on their hatred and their jealousy for you so that they could go out and tell the world that you were wrong about something. It's all good. It is all good for me. It doesn't even bother me like that on that level. But I tell you this, content creators, I'm telling you this, you people who have these wrenches, stop it. Don't let another content creator come in here and talk any kind of noise in here. They have their own platforms for that. They won't come in, they're not going to come in here and try to do anything on this platform. And if people don't like that, go with them. I don't know what else to tell you. Go with them. But I don't roll like that. Georgie George, DC for life. He said if Diggs has a nice, strong defensive line getting to the quarterback, then quarterbacks will have to throw interceptions to someone in man and zone coverage. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they all should benefit from this. Because I think Deron Bland has benefited from this. I think Savon Revel Jr. has benefited from this. They haven't gotten interceptions, but I think it's helped them in quarterbacks can't throw where they want to throw, because the Cowboys got it gives you time that when you got pressure, as Nate Newton said, it gives a cornerback time to recover and get back on that receiver or whatever need be. Yeah. Mr. C starter said Diggs is gone after this season, so we can pay GP. No doubt. He's not coming back. Yeah, Tanya Timms. This is the part that people don't want to admit. Diggs is not the same. He's not. He said it in his own words. He's not the same. How do you be the same and your knees are bothering you? And again, Junior is right on point with this, because I was talking about this before the season even started. Trying to play with bone on bone. When you look at that procedure that they have to do to get you back on the field, man, that is tough. That bone grab procedure he had is tough. Absolutely tough. It is. Marion Kendrick, let me tell you something. I hope he does. I hope you're absolutely right. If Diggs come back and Diggs is balling, I'm glad. I'm glad. Why would I be mad? Aggie for life. Aggie for life. This is a very simple game plan. This is a very simple game plan against the Lions. It's simple. Stop the run. Stop the run. Put this game in the hands. The same thing they did to Kansas City. I said it was the key to winning that game. It is definitely the key to winning this game. Put the game in the hands of Jared Goff. This was the mistake the Cowboys made against the Chicago Bears. I've been watching the Chicago Bears play, for example. The Chicago Bears are not dependent upon Caleb Williams. They're dependent upon that defense in the running game. And that defense and that running game has pretty much kept the Chicago Bears out of situations to where Caleb Williams has to win the game. So when they do that, it really helps out Caleb Williams. But if the Cowboys could have put the Bears in a situation where Caleb Williams would have had to win the game, Cowboys win that game. Cowboys win that game. They win that game. And this is what they've done so well these last 3 games. They put the game in the hands of Geno Smith, wasn't going to work. Put the game in the hands of Jalen Hurts, wasn't going to work. Put the game in the hands of doggone Patrick Mahomes, it almost worked. It almost worked. Because Patrick Mahomes is a magician. Patrick Mahomes is a magician. I'm telling you. He is a magician. And OG Pac-Man, don't confuse me talking about Diggs in a negative way. Diggs just doesn't seem to me. Oh, now you tell me if you saw anything different, because he didn't seem like he wanted to be here. Up until that time he went out. Up until that time he went out. I mean, this dude was crashing out. I mean, to use the term of my sons, he was crashing out when Michael Parsons left. I mean, I don't know what else to call it. The man seemed like he was crashing out. Maybe now, just maybe now, with Trayvon Diggs, maybe he's seen the resiliency of this team. He's seen some of the changes. He's seen things come to fruition. Maybe now, when he comes back, maybe he's thinking different. Maybe he's playing different. If he is, I love it. I love it. I love it. And I want the best for Diggs. I said this before. I want the best for Diggs. Because if Diggs comes out for the Cowboys, I'm here for it. If he comes out and balls for the Cowboys, I'm here for it. I will be one of the first people to say, Diggs shocked me today. I'll be one of the first ones to say it. But Diggs got some strange stuff going on around him. So, again, I hope he's got all that stuff cleared up. And I hope everything the Cowboys have been doing over the last 6 games that he hasn't been here, they've been 4-2. I hope he comes in and gets on top of this thing. And if he's right, he's right. He needs to be right. Because I'm telling you, he's not going to be with the Cowboys next year. And he needs to be thinking about life after the Cowboys. So if he can go out there and put something on tape, the Cowboys can trade him and get something for him. I think that'll be right too. I think that'll be good too. Richard Baptiste, he said, gee, he is not right. Now, Richard, I said this from the beginning. And again, I'm telling y'all, rehab is not the same as playing on the field. Rehab is not the same thing as playing on the field. Richard said, gee, he's not right. I know, because I had that done to me on one of my knees. I still ain't right. It's tough, man. I'm just telling you, when you do stuff like that, it's tough. But I'm telling you, I hope he's right. Yeah, Brian Draper. Mahomes is a magician. He almost pulled it out. But the Cowboys did a great job. To hold him to 28 points, him and Andy Reid is incredible. Yeah. Oh, Big Rombowski, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, Big Rombowski said it wasn't a concussion. 6 weeks out is perfect for a stem cell procedure. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, let me read the rest of this. Rombowski said stem cell treatments for your joints are not legal in the U.S., yet Jerry, Stephen, and Diggs worked up the home accident scheme. Well, I don't know if that's true. Boy, let me tell you something. I don't know if that's true, but I tell you this. I don't care what they did. If they're going to play Diggs, I want Diggs to be right when he comes in. I want this man to be right when he comes in. Real estate vet in this thing. What up? He said Giants making it that much easier not to worry about them. Hey, man, let me tell y'all something. But I watched the game on Sunday Night Football, and I tell you this, Cowboys better be ready. Cowboys better be ready for the rest of the season because, man, this dude, he watched the Commanders look pretty doggone good last night. They was just making dumb mistakes. They were just making dumb mistakes. They could have absolutely beat the Broncos last night. They not only could have, they should have. Dominique said fans were literally saying trade Lamb last week. Man, I don't know who those fans were. Them people. But you know what, Dominique, I understand it, man. I'm gonna just say this, Dominique. I'm gonna still give the fans some grace too. Because I've said this about even some of the people on here. Some of this stuff about that comes from the fans, it's because at the end of the day, they want the Cowboys to win. Y'all have heard me defend Jerry Jones, and y'all talk so bad about Jerry Jones. I don't get mad about it. Because I know why you're saying some of the things you say about Jerry Jones. I know why you're saying some of it. He deserves some of it, a lot of it. I'm just a person that I try to balance it out. I want to make sure we see the good in some of the things that he's done too. And that's why I said at the beginning of this show, I think Jerry may full well possibly be up for GM of the year by the time this is all said and done, and some of us are still not going to agree on it. And I understand people were kind of reacting to the CeeDee Lamb thing, Dominique. Because think about it, Dominique. Even CeeDee Lamb was reacting. CeeDee Lamb even reacted on the sideline because I believe CeeDee Lamb thought he had dropped the game-winning touchdown. I think that's why he reacted the way that he did. But once he figured out the Cowboys kept on fighting, they were resilient, they won the game. That's why he didn't come out and do an interview at the end of the game. And if anybody who watched the video, I said, it's not the drops, it's not the struggles, it's his reaction on the sideline. Lamb knew he was wrong for it. No big deal. I even came back, talked about it the following week. When you go back and look at it, Lamb wasn't struggling. Lamb, for whatever reason, was struggling against the Eagles. And I think one of the things that got in his head against the Eagles is the first game he had, and he wanted so bad to make plays. And he was putting 2 before 1 and 3 before 1. And he wasn't focusing. He got back focused, came out against Kansas City Chiefs. I don't even really call it a bounce back game. He just did CeeDee Lamb things. CeeDee Lamb is an incredible receiver. Nothing I say or anybody says about George Pickens does not take away from CeeDee Lamb and how great he is. Bam Bam Gaines, appreciate the content, G. We here cause the content fire. Let them talk. Yeah, but I know there's a couple of people, they run out there every time, they listen in the background, and then every time I say something that they consider wrong, they want to quick to go to a fan base because they want to try to build up followers. But I'm not Drake. I don't answer the call on that type of stuff. Brandy, I said this earlier. This is one of the things I said about Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs could really pay attention to what DeMarcus Lawrence did. DeMarcus Lawrence, even when the Cowboys were threatening to go to the playoffs, DeMarcus Lawrence said, I was done. DeMarcus Lawrence got his body right. He's balling this year. There is life after the Cowboys, especially when you know you're not going to be here. And I said it last year. DeMarcus Lawrence knew he wasn't going to be here. So what did he do? He got his body right, and now he's balling. Yeah. Hey, there's no doubt about it. DeMarcus Lawrence is balling. And somebody wrote today, and I thought it was a very good comment. They were talking about that if there's anything that Jerry Jones may regret about trading Michael Parsons is not trading Michael Parsons, because I don't think anybody regrets that now to what we have. But I think the person wrote the thing that Jerry might regret right now is that he didn't keep DeMarcus Lawrence. That if he was going to trade Michael, keep DeMarcus Lawrence. But again, I want us to think about this. You ever heard of the butterfly effect? I talked about this before. We have to be careful because sometimes we think that if we could go back and do everything different, oh no, hey, I just wish I could do that one thing different. Well, we act like that if we did that one thing different, everything would be the same, and the only thing that would change would be that one thing, and it would just reshape everything, and everything would be great. But we have to understand something. You change one thing in your path, and you never know how it changes everything else. You never know. You never know. Never wish you could go back and do things different. The only thing you do is you go from where you are. Don't go back and try to fix stuff. No, don't do that. Fix right now. Just don't be your past. Learn from it and be better than who you were yesterday. And so many people, they think, oh, if we went back and changed one thing. Angie said the sounds of the sounds of the sideline is out. Angie, let's get it. Let's check out the sounds of the sideline. Let's hear this last thing from Brian, and then we'll go to the sounds of the sideline, which I absolutely love.
This guy, people person, how much do you talk to Quentin and Logan and even Kenny Clark about making sure that not so much stuff on the field, but away from the field stuff is going good too? They had to move their families here as well.
Yeah, well, again, one of the things that we do here is, I'm a family first guy, and one of the things we do here on, Saturdays, the day before the game of home games, is we have the families come up and they watch walkthrough, and they actually get way better access than you guys do. Sorry, not sorry, but. And then again, I walk around and I'm trying to be, as intentional about it as possible. But, my wife is great. She tries to reach out, and some of the position coaches. But been a lot of moving parts. But I'm always going to check on those guys. And quite honestly, when some of the things happen with Marshawn, I've reached out to the guys that are no longer here, and I want to check on them as well. Why? Because I love them. I care about them. Just because they're not here doesn't mean I don't love and care about them.
I don't know if you've asked, and forgive me if you have, Tyler Guyton, how's he doing, and does he have a chance to play today?
We'll see. He's moving around a little bit better, but we'll see. I don't know how much he'll do today, but I think it'll be close.
And Nate Thomas, how did he do last week?
He did good. He looked comfortable. He looked confident. I see a player that's really growing and feeling like, okay, hey, I belong. And that's a big part of it, right? You got to train your mind to feel like, okay, especially playing tackle or corner, that, hey, I can do this and I'm really talented. And and then you get beat and you guys reset, refocus. And I think I saw that from him last week, which is a great step for a young player.
Brian, I'll leave the one to Dallas Cowboys.
You know what? Let me say this. Let me read Bam Bam Gaines real quick. Bam Bam Gaines, my man, what's going on? Appreciate that super chat. Appreciate the content, G. We're here causing the content. Let them talk. I appreciate you. I think Nate Thomas may be pointing out an issue. The Cowboys, they can't deal with it the way they need to this season, but they're going to have to deal with this. And I don't know, they may have to deal with it even as the season goes. If Nate Thomas, a fifth rounder? I can't remember where he was drafted. He was either fifth. Let me see. Let me make sure here. Where was he drafted? Want to make sure I get this right so I don't be misreading this. All right. Nate Thomas. Let me remember when he was drafted. So you can really understand what I'm saying here. Okay, so Nate Thomas was drafted in 2024. He was drafted in the 7th round. Okay, 7th round. I think there's really something to be said. That if your 7th round draft pick from 2024 has stood in for your highly paid right tackle and looked as good in some instances and now he's standing in for your left tackle and has looked good in some instances, I think you might need to revisit your left and right tackles. I really think you do. Because, man, yeah, Nate Thomas, I'm going to give it to him. Yeah, he's played good. But, man, I don't know. Was Nate Thomas misdrafted? Was he misdrafted or... I'm struggling. I'm struggling with that. All right, we're about to go to Sounds from Silence. Let's check this out.
Looking at the Lions, they're a very aggressive team. You know, Dan Campbell goes for a lot on fourth down, single trick plays, things like that. Just how do you prepare really for a team that is really built so much off being aggressive on fourth downs?
Yeah, it's a preparation thing. You know, third down is really second down. You know, and that's the way you have to look at it, you know. So when you're calling a defense and you're flus, you have to understand, you know, let's say it's 3rd and 7 or 8, whereas in the league it's probably, in most situations, I know probably for myself, it's pretty heavy pass. But with a guy like that that's willing to go for it on fourth down, you got to be ready for different things, maybe a perimeter screen, maybe a run, a trap, something like that. But I think part of it is the preparation. You normally carry a few extra calls on third down that can carry into fourth down because you know that there's going to be situations like that. And then in terms of the trick plays, I mean, trick plays are really cool when they work, but what stops trick plays is having great eyes and great communication on defense. And, you know.
Boy, see, Bass, you was crazy, boy.
Where this is an important game and we want to play well. And I think
Bass said, bring out the bitter drill, Brandy.
That it? Good. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Man, Bass, you crazy, boy. Bass said, bring out the bitter drill up in this thing, man. Yeah, boy, I've heard of that before. All right, let's see here. Before we go any further, let's go back over here to DallasCowboys.com. I was waiting for this today. I'm going to make this a part of the regular week. AOC has made this I think he's really kind of popularized this. He kind of makes a video. I don't get a chance to watch him like I used to, but I know he's made videos on this every week. And so it's pretty interesting. And let's check it out. Let's check it on the live stream. We said we was going to make it a regular part. Let's check it out.
Hello, sir.
Sounds from the sideline. Oh, I hope we don't get copyrighted. Let me hear this music.
What's up, man? What you doing, brother? Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, let's have a day today, okay?
Let's do it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do this. See, he got a new helmet. I must be Mike. Take a break. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's go, see. Let's go, baby.
We're working on the holidays today. So proud. Still thankful.
Let's go have a day. Let's go have a day.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I'm thankful for everybody, the whole world.
Sam Williams has played so much better. He has played so much better. Gotta give this guy so much credit. Sam Williams was making quite a few mistakes early on in the season. But, man, he's really made some big plays. Big play against Arizona caused the fumble. Was it the Philadelphia game he caused the fumble? I mean, no, he blocked the punt against Arizona. And then he caused the fumble. I'm thinking it was the Philly game or the Kansas City game. Sam Williams has looked so much better.
Hey, we got to praise. Schotty, give it up. Give it up to him.
Brian Schottenheimer and Ben Johnson will be battling for Coach of the Year. Hands down right now. Both of them are candidates for Coach of the Year.
Everybody, bro. Give it everything you got, bro. These can't with us.
One play at a time, that's all we got to do.
Everything you got, bro. These can't with us.
One play at a time, that's all we got to do. We already know who we are when we lock in.
Give your brother everything you got? Like Coach said, who the do we want to be? Look around this huddle. Who the do you want to be? Stick together, let's dominate the. Let's go. Team on three. 1, 2, 3. Stick together, let's dominate the. Let's go. Team on three. 1, 2, 3.
It's third down and short. And Prescott going to throw on 3rd and 2. He's hit. Going deep and short. And Prescott going to throw on 3rd and 2. He's hit. Going deep. No, he's not going deep. The ball will throw it out.
Brady, that's why you want to skip. Brady, that's why you want to skip that first series. You know, Brian Schottenheimer actually explained that first series. Dak saw that blitz coming, and Dak tried to get the ball out real quick. Problem was, they had the cornerback. I guess Brian said he kind of baited Dak and played underneath, and he came back and got it.
Out of the backfield to Rasheed Rice down the left sideline. He's got the sideline and he's got the end zone.
We got another level. Please, come back to that.
All right, hold on a second. Got a little bandwidth issue going. What that means is, Freddie Morales, if I'm not mistaken, I think they call you Unc when you are an elder statesman in a sense.
We got another level. Please, come back to that. Send that out. I got.
All right, I got some freezing going on. Let me see.
And the snap to Mahomes in the gun.
All right, let's see.
And Prescott back to throw. Another good block from Thomas. Going to the end zone. Lamb!
Baller, baby. Animal. Hey, right there. Hey, we know it. We know it. They can't. Hey, we only stop ourselves, man. And we're done doing that.
Let's get the offensive ball back. Let's dominate our edge and get off the ball and make plays.
2nd and 20, and the snap to Mahomes in the gun.
Hey, Clowney! Here we go, Clowney! That's our relentless rush, though.
At the 20 of the
Jadeveon Clowney has an injury, by the way. And it sounds like the Cowboys are saying that he may be questionable. We'll see how that goes.
Chiefs, handoff Williams. Punches through to the left.
Javante know how to pick up. He a dog, bro. He a dog. I played him when he was at Denver, bro. Oh, my goodness. He gonna hit your ass. Dog. He running so, bro.
And there's an inside handoff.
All right, hold on a second. I have a few bandwidth issues. Let's see. There we go. Well, I thought, hold on a second, hold on.
At the 20 of the Chiefs.
All right, I'm sorry, don't blame me. This is AT&T. Because I'm pretty sure. Right, we're trying to watch the sounds. Let's see if we can let this load up a little bit. My bad, people, my bad. All right.
Handoff Williams. Punches through to the left.
Javante know how to pick up. He a dog, bro. He a dog. I played him when he was at Denver, bro. Oh, my goodness. He gonna hit your ass. Dog. He running so hard, bro.
2nd down, a long one, and there's an inside handoff.
All right, look, we're having some bandwidth issues. I don't know what's going on over here today. Let's see. I think we're back live, but we're having some bandwidth issues. All right. Yeah, I think we're having some bandwidth issues. We're going to see. Let's see if we can get this to resume. Got the old Yep, I don't know what's going on with this. This is not even a high quality video, grand scheme of things.
They ain't open. They ain't open. That's what we do. That's what I'm talking about. Whatever, bro. Hey, told you we the best, bro. Come on. Open, dude. Come on. Told you we the best, bro. Come on. Come on.
All right, Mahomes in the gun on 4th and goal.
Hey, let's go.
Back and looking, and here comes, there's Clowney got held, throws it in the end zone, a leaping grab for a touchdown by Rasheed Rice.
The quarterback is trying to take over the game, okay? So we just got to keep swarming. You can't leave your feet when you're chasing this guy. Just keep chasing him. Make him make some bad decisions. He wants the ball in his hand right now, and we got to get it out of his hand.
3rd and 8, Prescott back, slant, caught by Pickens, spin.
All right, yeah, let me see if I can say a few things in here. This was a very big play for the... All right, let's go.
Hurdles a man.
Very big play for the Cowboys right here.
To the 6. There you are, George. You were hiding.
Can anybody tell me what this celebration means? Because I can't remember who was doing it last night. Oh, I think it was McLaurin? McLaurin was doing this celebration that Pickens does, but he was pulling a mask off, and then he would do the thing that George Pickens is doing. Can somebody tell me what does this mean? Because I've been trying to figure out what it means.
There you are, George. You were hiding. All right, here we go. Prescott looking that way. Now he runs up out of the pocket. He sprints to the right. He dumps the ball.
I thought this, of all the throws that Dak Prescott made the entire day, call me crazy, I thought this was like, Angie, what does it mean when McLaurin, though, he was pulling the mask down? It's like he was pulling the mask down. Okay, but I get, okay, you said it mean peekaboo. McLaurin added something to it. All right. This to me was this was one of the best plays that Dak Prescott made all day long, because Dak Prescott was under pressure, and I don't know how he saw Javonte Williams. Check this out again.
All right, here we go. Prescott looking
This
that way.
was
Now
a
he runs
crazy
up out of the
play.
pocket. He sprints to the right. He dumps
Oh!
the ball to Williams.
Wait a minute.
Cowboys are 1 for 1.
Brett, is that what that means?
Prescott back to throw, looking, standing. He's going to be set. No, he runs away. Gets rid of the ball. Pickens standing by the left pylon. Caught it for 2.
GP so cold, bro. He's so cold.
That was another incredible throw.
Oh my goodness. Way to keep working, Tay. Happy Thanksgiving.
Center at his own 10-yard line. The first play is a play-action fake and a deep ball. Lamb down the middle of the field. He caught it!
Big play by Lamb. Big play by Lamb.
Hey, no matter what, stay up on me, bro. Oh, yeah. Bro, in the Super Bowl, it's up by 14. They came back and beat our ass. So just, hey, stay up. Hey, stay up.
This game ain't over. No, it's not. Got to make them drive the field and take time.
Patrick Mahomes is a magician.
Mahomes on first down, all kinds of time. Now it breaks down, and guess who's got him? Look at Clowney in on him.
Patrick Mahomes is a magician, man. Bottom line.
2nd and goal at the 10. Shotgun for Mahomes. Back looking left into the flat, throwing it in the back of the end zone.
Let's finish. Let's finish. Let's finish.
Finish. Let's go. Go win the game. Go win the game. Let's go. Ball security. Ball security. Everybody in conduct. Take care. Be smart.
Try to throw for this first down.
Might not have to go back. But I was hoping we did.
Nah, I did too. I wanted to go back.
When you get backup tackles in.
Snap to Prescott, 3rd and 2. Slant Pickett. First down to the 30.
Cowboys can now just take a knee. 2-minute warning. No timeouts for Kansas City.
Let's go! I love you, man.
That's game.
Let me tell you something about why I absolutely love Dak Prescott. I don't know a whole lot about other teams because I don't follow them. But the relationship that Dak Prescott has with Joe Milton is going to help Joe Milton in so many ways in the future. I'm sure Joe Milton never thought he would get this experience. Dak Prescott is going to change this man's life as a quarterback in this league in the future. This is the very reason why I believe that when we see Trey Lance in the future, Trey Lance is going to be different. Man, Dak Prescott is incredible. I mean, man, this dude is built different, man. He's just built different. He's just an incredible leader. I absolutely love it. I love that you can have a relationship like this with the backup quarterback that everybody was saying that you better not get hurt because if you do, you'll never get the job back. Man, Dak never even blinked. Dak just is grown man and mature and does everything he can do to help this young man. Incredible.
Bring it in, baby. We talked about being here. Hey, expect this feeling. Do everything throughout the week, win the days, and I promise you we'll be in this for the rest of the year, man. Victory, victory, victory. We're not going anywhere yet. Sorry. Feel good to be back, man.
Hey, when does Hard Knocks start? When does it start? That's a good suggestion there, JG, for real. Lives after the Hard Knocks episodes. When do they begin? Because I'll definitely do some lives after those. Okay, so Brandy, you said Pickens commented on it too. He said the sun is in his eyes. Okay, I got you. Got you. Okay. But also somebody said it's the peekaboo. It means peekaboo. Celebration. If you know, you know. Okay, I'm going to have to look that up. Okay, JG, for real. I'm going to have to check out those, see when Hard Knocks begin. That's a good suggestion to do some lives after those. I'm gonna do that.
Feel good to be back, man. Yeah, they can say what they want. Now you got to watch this. And I'll see you again in Detroit. Make the Landry shift strong, man. Be proud of it, right? It's history on a historic ass day. You guys took care of business. Be proud. Some little kids that want to be like you. Be proud, man.
There's a Landry shift up and down. Prescott takes the ball, takes the knee.
Yeah! Now it's time to eat. You about to eat good. Woo! Thanksgiving. I about to eat good. Yo, I missed so many sacks today. Oh my goodness. I thought he was gonna fall. I thought he was gonna fall too. He was about to fall. Bro, he was so elusive. I was trying to, I really got off the block. As soon as I got by, he just struck out running. I'm like, oh my goodness, come on.
I said it before, I say it again. Lamar Jackson is the best runner. Josh Allen is the hardest runner. Patrick Mahomes is the smartest runner. He's incredible. Dude is Houdini, man. He's a magician. And for the Cowboys to beat this dude, shoo. Boy, Cowboys the real deal, man. Cowboys the real deal. Because they threw everything at the Cowboys, and including the kitchen sink. Spagnuolo threw everything at Dak Prescott. Andy Reid threw everything at Matt Eberflus and that defense. And Went toe to toe.
You want to get them?
This team is so different, man. Angie says she loves the energy. This team is so different. It really is. And I love the energy of this team. And if this team can continue this kind of energy, man, they're going to continue to win this season. And I absolutely love what the Cowboys are doing. Big Rumbowski, I'm thinking, yeah, I don't think that, you said I didn't think they were doing an in-season Hard Knocks again after I've been. Yeah, I bet the Giants look, this would be a pleasant surprise. You know, this is the perfect time, though, to come into Hard Knocks for the Cowboys. The Cowboys are just looking so good. And this could literally, man, the Cowboys may actually be on a run that we truly don't understand right now. They may absolutely be on a run that none of us thought they were going to do. Man, the Cowboys, the sky is the limit right now. The sky is the limit. Man, I'm telling you, these Cowboys, man, they are looking extremely good, man. I'm absolutely loving the energy of the Cowboys. And again, I want to make sure on the thing with Trayvon Diggs, I apologize for that, misreading that. But I still am, I do have some reservations because I just don't want Diggs to mess up that kind of chemistry. That if Diggs is going to come in, I want Diggs to be a part of that energy, that chemistry, and just now say, because I'm going to tell you, this is one of the things that is hard about being on teams, is letting bygones be bygones, is being able to endure the ups and the downs and things that people go through on a team. And I say even with the Cowboys, the one thing Cowboy fans have to do, Cowboy fans have to be able to endure their owner. Because while their owner has good intentions, sometimes their owner says things that may cause controversy or say things that bring attention to the team. So this team, and this is why I say Brian Schottenheimer has been such a revelation to this team, because he's created a culture that he hasn't really insulated the team from the front office. I think what Brian has done a great job of is helping the team deal with the front office, to deal with them, embrace the front office, and understand they are what they are. You can't control them, but what you can control is yourself. So no matter what the situation, you control yourself. I think he's done a great job with that. And so if Trayvon Diggs has bought into what Brian Schottenheimer is saying, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. I think he'll be good. He'll be fine. And again, I think if the Cowboys can create a great pass rush, which they've been doing a great job of, I like the chances of not just Diggs. I like the chances of Diggs, Revel Jr., and Bland, especially against Jared Goff. I'm not going to be surprised if all three of them, or two of the three of them, they should be able to get some picks on this dude. I think they're going to be able to get some picks on Jared Goff. Man, let me tell you, Jared Goff has been awful against, this dude has been awful against the pass rush. Awful. And it's not because every quarterback is bad against the pass rush. He's been awful because he has no mobility. I said it a few days ago, man. No offense, but Jared Goff is the backup to the Statue of Liberty watching some of these games. This dude is a sitting duck back there. And the Cowboys up the middle pass rush is going to be tough on him. It's going to be tough on him. And if they can get it to be tough on him, I think Diggs might have an opportunity because I'm telling you, he got one against Green Bay. He got one against Green Bay because anything in front of Diggs, it's always a chance for an interception. I said it. I'll say it again. No, Diggs got some ball skills still. You don't forget the ball skills. What's been bothering Diggs is his legs. That's what's been bothering Diggs. But Diggs, man, he still got ball skills. So again, if they can keep it in front of him, I like Diggs' chances. I like Diggs' chances, but that's the way they're going to have to do it. They can't be, they're not going to be able to afford all of the deep stuff. They're just not going to be able to afford that. So the Cowboys are really, really going to have to, and I think they will. And I think this is where Dan Campbell has been real careful about how he's been speaking. Because he knows, his offensive line, he knows his offensive line is suspect. He knows that offensive line, the way the Cowboys have been rushing the passer, he's afraid. I believe he's afraid. And I think any team playing the Cowboys in actuality, they ought to be afraid. There is nothing worse than a pass rush up the middle. There's nothing worse. Yeah, Angie, I said this earlier. Man, Sam deserves a lot of credit. Sam has been playing a lot better. Man, he's been making some smart plays. I got to give Sam credit. Chanel said Dak has a great mind. Chanel, what's going on? Dak has a great mind and is very calculating. Yeah, he will make a great coach. I think so too. Problem is he'll have to want to do it because Dak's going to have so much money by the time he's done with football. Boy. He said, chat, please. Note, Dak is one of the few quarterbacks that does not need to have the play sheet attached to his forearm. He knows plays. Whoa, great point. Great point, Chanel. Brian Schottenheimer said something about Dak Prescott that's crazy. He said something to the effect that he can just say one thing to Dak Prescott, and he knows the play. Dak is a studier of the game. He is a studier of the game. He's a quarterback. There is no doubt about it. He's a quarterback's quarterback. All right, let's check out Matt Eberflus. I'm very interested to hear what Matt Eberflus has to say because I'm sure the questions about Trayvon Diggs are going to come up. I'm very interested to hear Diggs.
All right, so just...
Yeah, I like what you're saying there, Rombowski. Yeah, because of the all-pro player coach next to him at defensive tackle. Well, the thing about Quentin Williams, makes everybody better. That's why he's an elite player. Quentin Williams is an elite player. Man, when you get an elite player, it's a blessing. He's an elite player. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely elite.
Last 3 games, I really think it's just consistency, continuity, guys executing well, and then us focusing on improving and getting better and staying in the process during that time. And the guys have done a really good job in terms of the walkthroughs, talk-throughs, and all those things that we've done.
Y'all excuse me, I don't know what's going on with my bandwidth tonight. Like I said, I got 1 gigabyte internet. There's no way
with the practice.
You should be having these issues.
Obviously, getting the 2 safeties back is a big part of that. And, the addition of some obviously talent in there with Overshone and Q and all those guys. But really, it comes down to all 11 of us doing it together. That's the most important thing, and I think the guys have done that with the consistency, continuity, and then the communication working together, with the defense in terms of 1st and 2nd down, 3rd down, And again, it's day by day. We're evaluating that day by day, see where he is in terms of his conditioning, health, execution, all the things you do with every player. And today's a big day, for all of us on 3rd down, and 2-minute and those types of things, the pass downs that we have. But still focusing on the run game because, obviously they run the ball very well, Detroit, and they have 2 really good runners. Offensive line does a really good job of creating angles and getting numbers where they want them. So it's going to be a big challenge for us this week. But with that, I'll open to questions.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Flus, you've managed a lot of corners this year. How do you think you've been able to do a lot of, guys have been hurt and those kinds of things. How have you been able to manage that position this year?
Yeah, it's been in and out. Obviously, the first 10 games we had a lot of in and out there, so we've had some consistency the last few games, and I think that's a big part of it. But again, it's just about doing the same thing over and over again, and coaching that up and detailing it out and drawing it up and do what us coaches do. That's what we do, and the guys are picking it up.
Now, Rombowski, you remember what I said on break defense? It needs super studs all over the field. All over the defense. The Cowboys added some super studs during the break, during the bye week. They added Quinnen Williams. Demarion Overshown came back. Guess what, guys? Savon Revel Jr. is showing all the signs of a super stud cornerback. When you put those three things in, you basically added a great player. And on one side, at one part, you added an elite player. You added a great player at every level. You added Quinnen Williams on the defensive line. You added Demarion Overshown at the linebacker spot. He's elite athletically. He's elite. You added Savon Revel Jr., you added Kalen Carson. You brought back the two safeties. And while we're not going to put them in the elite category yet, because of what happened at the first level with the line and then the second level with the linebackers, it's helping out the back end. It's helping out the back end. And I'm going to be really interested to see how Diggs plays. The one thing, if you go back and look at these games, the one player that's playing press is Savon Revel Jr. The rest of them are not playing. They're not playing press. Not like he's doing it. I mean, this dude, Savon Revel Jr., is right there in the grill of those receivers getting off the line. So when you add that into the reverberation of the Quinnen Williams effect, the Cowboys defense looks way better. And so again, as the person stated earlier, this is one of the things that is going to more than likely help Trevon Diggs. Because again, he does have ball skills. And if they throw it in front of him, Trevon Diggs is going to have an opportunity. Because I think one of the things that Mike Fisher said, and Mike Fisher, these guys, they get to go to the practices so they can give us some insight on players. And so one of the things that he said that Diggs was struggling with was turning and running. He said that's what he was struggling with. So you got to think about, if they try to get the ball out fast, he doesn't have to turn and run. He gets to backpedal, read, react, and boom, he can make that burst towards the ball. And maybe he gets that interception. Same thing with Bland. Let's see. I don't see anything on mute. Hey, refresh your browser real quick. Newhouse fam, refresh your browser. So when you're thinking about these cornerbacks, I'm telling y'all guys, this game against the Detroit Lions, these guys should eat. They should absolutely eat. Now, I did kind of notice, and we'll see how this goes. I did notice that it seems like he's saying they want to get Diggs on the field in practice and see what he looks like. And it sounds like they're saying they're going to make a decision based on how he's looking in practice on whether or not he even plays. So we'll see. Maybe the shocker is they don't let him play. We'll see.
Most of the year, you had to tweak your scheme just because, as you said, guys have been in and out. not so much at corner, but at linebacker, and obviously the D line, all the way around the defense.
Yeah, I think you always look and see what the skill set of the individual players are. Then you always look at the matchups. Where are your matchups at? And then, can the guys execute with that matchup, and with the skill level. So that's just an important thing that you have to look at every single week, because there's going to be injuries, soft tissue.
Eddie said Newhouse ran out of minutes.
You have to evaluate that each week.
Clarence O'Deal, have you done more of that this year than the past years? I mean, a lot of times, we all believe in the systems that we're beholden to. I don't know if you've done more five-man fronts, done more man-to-man things differently with this team than you've done.
Now, this question right here by Clarence Hill is a great question, because I've been really wondering Cowboys defense. He's the best player on the defense. Trayvon Diggs and Michael Parsons, good friends. Michael Parsons gets traded. In Diggs' mind, not only is his friend getting traded, but in Diggs' mind, and this is not going to help us win, the team is not going to be good, it's the dumbest thing we ever did to trade Michael Parsons. Now, if you've never been in a situation like this where something wasn't there anymore, and you thought that things were going to be worse because that thing or that person was no longer a part of something, you haven't lived long enough. Live long enough and you'll see. But then, only for him now to be sitting back for the last 5 games. I think it's been 5 games, right? 4 or 5 games. He's been sitting back for the last 4 or 5 games, and he's went through the thing with Marshawn Nealon with the team, and maybe he's been watching all of this, and maybe the hope is even his mind has changed to where maybe now he's seeing that, okay, maybe this can work. Maybe this can work. Hey, this team can do this. Maybe I want to be a part of it. He comes back, he plays well. Playing for something helps you too. Playing for something is motivational. Winning is motivational. It absolutely is. Because of the Cowboys, let's just say they hadn't won another game. Would you blame Diggs for not wanting to come back? Hey, I'm going to focus on my body, get myself right, and I'm going to get ready for next season because I'm sure I'm not going to be here. But I'm watching this team, and I'm watching not just what they're doing on the field. I'm watching how this energy that Angie mentioned, I'm watching, I'm a part of the energy. I'm feeling the vibe. Now I'm saying I want to be a part of it. Comes out, maybe he plays a whole lot different. Plays a whole lot different. So again, I'm hoping. I said this before. I'm hoping that when he does come back, and it sounds like they're saying they're going to see what he looks like for the rest of the week and determine whether or not he comes back this week. Because like Jerry said, barring a setback, so they all keep reserving the right to say, okay, he's not playing this week. You can tell that's the language they're all using. Barring a setback. Want to see how he looks out there on the field. So the Cowboys could very well determine he's not ready this week. So we'll see. But if he does comes out there, shoot, I'm ready for Diggs to ball out, because, man, I'm all about this team going to the playoffs. This ain't about no Diggs hate. This is about me saying I want everything to be right when Diggs gets out there. And again, watching this team, them doing what they're doing, you know what? Maybe it's changed his mind about how he even sees this team. Because you got to ask, maybe he saw the team different when they let go of Michael Parsons. Hey, this team ain't going to be nothing now. He sees it differently now, so we'll see.
Years.
Yeah, I think you move your scheme to where the players are. You really do. You just got to see where that is. And then you always want to put your best players on the field. If you have, some really good D tackles like we do have, you find a way to get those guys on the field. You package it that way. So you're always looking at the talent level that you have, what affects the quarterback, what affects the run game. And that's the most important thing, stopping the run and affecting the quarterback. So you move your scheme every year to that, and that's no different than this year.
Yeah, Rombowski, this is what I was giving Matt Eberflus credit for earlier. See, he mentioned the packages that he's using. Matt Eberflus is doing a bang-up job. He's doing a bang-up job with his packages and certain things that he's doing. He's doing a great job. He absolutely is. And, he's kind of trying to, he's downplaying it a little bit, but Quentin Williams, man, it's not just the fact that everybody's playing better. No, they're playing better because Quentin Williams, Overshown, Revel Jr. I mean, it's so many things that are happening for the Cowboys right now, man. It is the perfect storm. It absolutely is the perfect storm. Kevin said, if I was the opposition, I would attack Diggs like they have been doing all year. If he plays 5 yards off, that's a quick slant. Now, Kevin Ellis, let me tell you something that's funny, though. Because of the way this defense is playing, they're not going to be able to do some of the things they've done in the past to this Cowboys secondary. Because I'm telling you, man, we saw the creme de la creme on Thursday. If there is anybody that could do anything to the Cowboys defense, them trying to throw things in front of him, I think he'll have an opportunity. Still a hot boy. I like what you said. Diggs has to see this team has something special going on. I don't think he was to be the one to derail the momentum to have built up. Yeah. And again, I'm just saying for a moment, let's think about where Trayvon Diggs' mind might have been. This team is not going to be good without Micah Parsons. Seeing that it's good now. Hey, I'm ready to be a part of this. Let's get this thing rolling. I want to be a highlight now in this defense. I want to come out here and ball out. I love it. I want to see what he does. Tatiana says, seems like they don't want to give up on him yet. They don't. And because, Tatiana, let's be real, they got money tied up in him. I mean, this is a combination of things. They got money tied up in him. They want to get some of their money's worth. And they're saying that if there's anything left, if he's good, let's get him out of here. Because the Cowboys are saying we're on a playoff run. The Big Ron Bowski said playoff or no playoffs. I just know I'm happy not to be a Titans fan. Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay, let me see here. JCT Slice, he said the medias have been saying that the defense matters for Patrick Mahomes. Where was that energy for Dak for so long? It's not as if Dak had the Legion of Boom. Yeah. For sure. Dak always needed a defense. Y'all might not remember, but I said this at the beginning of the season. I said the best thing the Cowboys got for Dak this year was a defense. Now, that defense didn't turn out. But now that they put Quentin Williams on that defense, I'm going to say it again. The best thing they got for Dak Prescott is a defense. Your quarterback plays differently when you got a defense. When you have a defense, you can throw an interception on the first series, and it don't even matter to you. Even if they don't stop them on the first series, you know in your mind, well, they'll stop them somewhere else down here. And Dak went and got that touchdown back, and then the defense started getting some stops. Dak Prescott got that team in the front and then was able to get that lead back again because of the defense. You play different when you have a defense. You play different. You do. And Dak got a defense now. And I'm telling you, it's on and popping. Chanel said, Dallas. Oh, yeah, you know what, Jakira? Don't let me forget Kenny Clark. You're right. Yeah, they got Kenny Clark too. You're right. They got Kenny Clark. And while Kenny Clark is not elite, he's great. Chanel said Dallas Cowboys' current defensive personnel bolstered by key mid-season acquisitions, or primarily operating within defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus' scheme, which relies on a 4-3 defense. He's running the scheme now. Yeah, he's running the scheme. And hey, he's telling us this is what I look like with players. Chanel said with a focus on stopping the run and utilizing a rotational defensive line, the team is not focused on running a traditional Tampa 2 defense. Yeah. Yeah, hey, Bert, this is still what I was trying to explain, even if I misread it. I still said it afterwards. I'm still saying this statement needs a little bit of clarity to me. Because Bert says now saying if they let me makes more sense if they are saying if Diggs looks ready in practice. Yeah. That's why I was saying it needs some more explanation. But now that I've read the statement right, they're all reserving the right to say he's not playing this week. So, in other words, Bert, he's saying they might not let me play. So we'll see how this goes. And so at the end of the day, I think the Cowboys are saying something else, Bert, and you tell me what you think about this. I think the Cowboys are saying, in the grand scheme of things, we are not going to hear and listen to Trayvon Diggs says he feels great. We're going to be the observers and say whether or not he gets to play in the game. So we'll see what happens this week. So, okay, and that's why I said, okay, apologies for how I read it the first time, but it's making more and more sense now what he's saying if they'll let me, because it is now looking like, or they're alluding to the fact that it's a possibility that he doesn't play. And I'm going to just tell you, I think this is the best way to approach this. Do not let him back on the field if he's not right, because it's good for him, not only for the Cowboys, but it's good for him. It's good for him because there will be life after the Cowboys. But if he plays, I do not want Diggs out there playing good so I can come back and say I told you so. No, I do not want to make the Cooper Rush video. I want to come back and say Diggs surprised me. He played extremely well. I want to come back and say that because this game against the Detroit Lions, if they let Diggs play, man, this game is important. Cowboys can't be playing around, man. They got to win this Detroit game. Cowboys win this game, man, it is downhill from there. This is the top of the gauntlet. You went uphill with the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Detroit Lions on the top of that thing. You get through this with Detroit, you get a 10-day break, and then you get to play the Vikings, blow them out of the water. Don't let them make it into a game. Blow them out of the water. We can see Joe Milton in the in the fourth quarter. We can see all the backups in the fourth quarter, and then we can get ready to go to battle with the Chargers. We don't have to travel. The league let me tell you what the league did to the Cowboys. The league did the Cowboys a favor. And I didn't understand why people were complaining about this at the beginning of the season. But people were complaining about what they did for the Cowboys. Follow this. So this year, for the Cowboys playing that 3 games in 11 days or whatever it is, they were on the road against the Raiders. Follow this, though. They were at home against the Eagles. Even though they played 3 days later, they didn't have to travel. They played at home against the Kansas City Chiefs. Then their next game, they played that following Thursday. Where do the Cowboys play? They're going to Detroit, but then when they come back home, look at what's going to happen. The Cowboys are going to get a 10-day break, and then they get to play at home 2 more times. A lot of people were saying it wasn't fair because the Cowboys are getting 2 bye weeks. People were saying the Cowboys are getting 2 bye weeks. They said they're in 2 bye weeks. They don't care about 3 games in 11 days. All right. Again, sorry about that, man. I don't know what's going on with this internet tonight. Miss Matrix said hers is having the same problem. All right, but I want to conclude tonight. I want to continue on, and then I'll conclude here in a few minutes. Read a couple more comments, and then kind of get back to Floos. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. Y'all who's still on. We're going to keep going. Yeah, I think this is a part of it. Still a hot boy. Jerry wants to make sure he gets a return on his investment. Kevin said, let's keep it real. Diggs' 6th season. This is Diggs' 6th season. He had 1 great season. Man, let me tell you something, Kevin. There's some people out there, boy, they hate me for saying stuff about Diggs, but it is what it is. The real estate vet said Diggs should have been wanted to be a part of the squad, even though 11 wasn't here. The team is probably looking at Diggs' side out now. He wants to play when things are going good. Well, I'll say this. I hope maybe this has changed his mind. And Schotty's built a culture that if he's gonna come in and he wants to play, he will play well, and the team is gonna welcome him. So I'm excited. I'm absolutely excited. I want to see what he does. Yeah, Bert. Yeah, again, no problem, Bert. It won't be the last time I'll make a mistake. I appreciate y'all in the chat. I appreciate y'all in the chat for catching that. Yeah, I never said I was perfect. This is the problem with people. They think that even when you are a preacher, you're perfect. It's not that you're not perfect in Christ, but you're still being perfected too. You're still being perfected, and sometimes if you get the wrong information, or sometimes you can simply read something wrong. It won't be the last time I read something wrong. But but when I get corrected on it, I'll be correct. I'll make sure I correct it. But it sounds like the Cowboys are going to reserve the right to play him or not. We'll see what happens. But I still say too, I don't think Jerry should have broke this last week. I don't think Jerry should have broke that. I think Brian Schottenheimer should have broke that. Now, y'all know I love Jerry Jones, but I don't think Jerry Jones should have broke that. I don't think that was his story. I know it's his team, and I've said this before. It's Jerry's team. I just don't think that's his, as the GM. That's not his job to break. To me, as him being the owner and the GM, it's like when he breaks that, it's like he's almost saying, I want to see him on the field. So I just say let the coaches coach and let Brian and Matty Baflus break that. Jakira said Diggs is definitely an explosive player, but will he demonstrate to... Yeah. No, I don't think he's going to try to sabotage. No, I don't think he'll do that. But man, hey, Jakira, there's some crazy stuff going on in this league this year. Man, this thing with Jerry Jeudy, man, some crazy stuff going on this year. I don't even want to put Diggs in that category. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, Diggs ain't the same. Move himself to free safety. Maybe he could do better there. But again, I think the way they're playing right now, let's see what he does. They're going to run some man. I think he's going to get his opportunity. If it's not this game, it'll be the next one. Still a hot boy. He said Warren Sapp, Quentin Williams, Simeon Rice, Donovan Ezraku. Oh, yeah, Simeon Rice, Donovan Ezraku, Rondé Barber, Savon Revel Jr., Logan Wilson, Derrick Brooks. Just need a safety back there. Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the points I brought up earlier, Hot Boy. His defense requires super studs all over the field, and the Cowboys are going to get them for him. They are going to get them for him. The Big Rumbowski said if Carson goes down again or even playing Stewart or Revel, at least Diggs will be available to fill in if needed. Now, see, that's a great point, too. It's a great point. It's a great point. Cowboys probably feel like they're getting a little, they don't want to be caught in that situation where they're a little thin. Kalen Carson went down. Doesn't seem like it was serious. Josh Butler seems to be ready. We'll see what happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Hey, Kevin, I'm going to let people read your... Hey, I done already caught enough flack, man. I misread something earlier, so I'm going to let them read your comments and come at you. Kevin Edwards said, just as we string together wins, it's always something that keeps us back. I think this is a Jerry thing. Yeah, we'll see how it turns out. Bird said, I'm not out of business, but my bandwidth is slow. Man, I don't know what's going on, man. Mine is tripping tonight, man. Straight up, mine is tripping. Ron Bowski said, go catch the New York Giants missed field goal for Monday Night Football on XG. You'll enjoy the good laugh. Okay, we'll make sure I check that out. Yeah, Chanel, you're right. Only God is perfect. Man created in his image. None of us are perfect. Yeah, man. And Chanel, what I don't know, and I know you can appreciate this, I don't appreciate people who are listening for you to make mistakes because they want to try to compare your content to theirs, and they want to try to compare you to them, and they want to try to badmouth you about this or that because they want to try to build controversy around you and them beefing or whatever the case may be. But I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. I'm not going that route. Still a hot boy. He said this week would be too fast to bring Fitz back. Detroit has explosive wide receivers who can bring you confidence. Who can break your confidence. This is a dangerous place to gamble on a cornerback coming off an injury. Yeah, you're talking about, I see what you're saying. You're talking about Diggs. Yeah. But I can tell you that. I can tell you this. I think the Cowboys are very confident in that pass rush, and I think that they think it, hoping he can do something inside of that. Jakira, she said that is deep with Jerry Jeudy. Yeah, these people are tripping this year. This is more Matt Eberflus. Try to finish this up. I want to hear, because I'm sure they're going to ask him more stuff about Diggs.
Rebel, how's he done? Rookie coming in the last couple of games. You know, what have you seen from him?
Yeah, he's obviously a very talented young man, tall, long, strong, and he's done a really good job picking up the scheme. And we're excited about where he's going. You know, he's improving. You know, when you get into the NFL game for your first time, you learn a lot. You know, in the first year, and he's not different than anybody else. There's a lot of things to teach, a lot of things to learn, and he's picking them up. So we're happy where he is.
Matt Todd Archer with ESPN.
Man, I'm telling y'all right now, Savon Revel Jr., we're going to look back on the 2025 draft. We're going to look back on this free agency. We're going to look back at this trade deadline. And we're going to say, this was the year that set us up to do what we're about to do. I'm telling y'all, because I can't. All right, man. I'm sorry. I'm having some bandwidth. Problems tonight, man. I'm gonna make this up to y'all tonight. We're gonna do Cowboys After Dark for sure. I gotta make this up to the fans. I gotta make this up to y'all tonight. I don't know what is going on with this thing. I don't know what's going on with this thing. But I'm gonna conclude here in about another 15 minutes. I want to make sure I finish my thought and finish this thing on Matt Eberflus. But I tell y'all this, Cowboy fans, we're gonna look back on 2025, and I'm telling you, we're gonna look back and we're gonna say that was the year. We're gonna say that was the year. That was the year the Joneses made the moves to get us to where we needed to be. We're gonna say that's the year. I promise you. But yeah, some of these players the Cowboys have. I'm looking forward to this game against the Detroit Lions. I think it's going to say a lot about the Cowboys. And it's going to tell us if they're ready for the next level. Because I can tell y'all this. For everybody who don't think the Cowboys can win 8 games in a row, do y'all realize the Denver Broncos have won 9 games in a row? Nobody said it's easy. You're going to need some luck. You're going to need some referee calls to go your way. You're going to need some big plays. You're going to need a whole lot of things. But whether it be ugly, pretty, or by hook or crook, if you will play your butt off and take advantage of every moment, there is no reason. There is no reason the Cowboys can't win 8 games in a row. I don't understand why people think this is unbelievable. This is very believable. Very believable. Cowboys got to get this Detroit game.
With the 5 down front that you guys have done, as you've done more of it, you kind of have to stay.
Yeah, I'll make sure I reset that router tonight.
Teams, the more you do it, the more looks they're going to have it. You guys running it, that maybe they have come up with different answers.
Yeah, you have to give different looks, different coverage variations. That's always important with the scheme that you're doing. And but having those guys in there is a big part of it. You know, when you have guys in there, you put one more guy down to the pass rush. You know, so you get 5 guys going, or you got 4, or whatever, 3, depending on how you're gonna configure it each week. But it's important that you keep changing and adjusting. And, tweak it here and there.
And then your 3rd down defense improvement. What do you put that on the last couple?
Quinnen Williams. Man, I'm laughing. People be asking people be asking these questions like, what happened? What made it? What has caused this? And what has made, man, come on. I'm gonna give Matt Eberflus credit. I'm going to give him credit for calling some defenses and the way he's been using these players. I'm going to give him all that credit. But I'm also I'm not going to be naive either. Yeah, Quinnen Williams. Stu's been incredible.
Yeah, it's just about guys, really, doing the jobs and making sure we're on the same page. And those guys have done a good job with that. It's a little bit tighter coverage. We've had some of that. Mixing up the coverage looks, you got to be able to do that. And then really it comes down to the most important thing is the pressure. If it's 4-man, 5-man, or if we're sending a guy off the ball, whatever that might be, that's been really good. We got a lot of good hits on the quarterback.
Pressure equals Quinnen Williams. Yeah. That equals Quinnen Williams. He's been incredible.
Pressure on the quarterback, collapsing the pocket, making him feel it from the middle, from the outside, and I think that's always a big part of it. And the first job
Quinnen Williams
in pass defense or in situational defense.
John Machota with The Athletic. The defense is making big plays in the game, and they're showing emotion on the sidelines. I'm just wondering, from your perspective, what's it been like these last 3 games, just compared to obviously having to coach a team to the beginning of the season when the defense wasn't playing?
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun to the biggest enjoyment that I have is as a coach is seeing the guys execute and them having fun doing it, and that to me is the biggest fun that you can have as a coach, and that's why you do the job.
Players like Quinnen Williams are a dream. Players like Quinnen Williams are an absolute dream. I'm telling y'all what makes Quinnen Williams so special. What makes Quinnen Williams so special is not his ability only. It's not his size only. People don't understand how smart this kid is. Quinnen Williams got it between the ears, guys. He's got it between the ears. He sees the game different. His read, his reaction, the way he executes and dominates, it's not just from sheer power. Quinnen Williams is smart, man. Quinnen Williams is smart. And that's why Rombowski keeps alluding to he's the coach player. Man, this dude is smart. He's a coach's dream. A player like Quinnen Williams will get you promoted to a head coach. If you're a defensive coordinator, you watch what I tell you. This dude, White Cotton, it won't surprise me if in a year, White Cotton, people will be trying to get him to be a defensive coordinator. Man, great players can make you as a coach. They make you look better than what you actually are. Yeah, it's about the X's and the O's, but it's also about the Larry and the Joes. And I'm telling you right now, Quinnen Williams is not just elite because of his ability. He's elite because of his brain. Y'all might not notice something I said about Overshown earlier. Overshown is elite athletically right now. And Overshown is a smart player too. But a lot of these plays that Overshown makes, he's making off of athletic ability. And he has to, because the grand scheme of things, Overshown hasn't played a lot in his career because of injury. But I believe he'll be healthy the rest of the season. He's going to come in the next season, and he's going to get the entire training camp under his belt. He's not going to be worried about let's hold back and look real vanilla because now we're going to go ahead out here next year, and we're going to be in training camp, and we're going to be implementing everything. Watch how Overshown looks next year with his elite athletic ability. And then he's going to add to that elite readability. Overshown is on his way to being an elite all-around player. He's already elite athletically. He's off the chart. Overshown can miss a play, but because he's so quick, he can make up for it and get right back into play. He's incredible. I'm telling you, he's incredible. Yeah, Kevin Edwards said He said the Williams boys are balling. He said Williams is balling. Chanel said Eberflus still need to blitz more, especially against Goff. I think they're going to blitz him out of his mind. Especially against Goff, as he hates pressure up the middle. He makes mistakes with the pass rush in his face. The Cowboys are going to stop the run. They're going to try to keep him in 3rd and long, and they're going to blitz him and rush him out of his mind. They're going to blitz and rush him out of his mind. It's the way you beat him. It's the way you beat him. Jared Goff is a statue. Dude is a statue, I'm telling you. Shakira said the O-line is still young, but every game they're getting better. Yeah. And Shakira, I do think the Cowboys are going to have to make a decision after this season. Because I'm very worried if Nate Thomas can challenge your right and left tackle. I'm worried about that. Does that mean that Nate Thomas was misdrafted in the 7th? Or does that mean that Guyton and Steele aren't that good? Which one is it? Man, the Cowboys really got championship teams. I think you need elite left tackles. I don't think you need project left tackles. You need elite left tackles. And I'm telling you, Guyton by next year needs to be elite. We can't be talking in the Super Bowl season. We can't be talking about Guyton is continuing to get better. No, Guyton's got to be elite by next year. Because I'm telling you, I think Cooper Beebe is an elite player that we don't talk about. He does his job. This is why you never call his name. BB is an elite player. Cowboys got a great draft pick in him. Tyler Booker is going to be an elite player. Right now, Tyler Booker is on the verge of being elite on ability alone. But Booker is another one of these very smart players. He'll be elite by next season. Booker's incredible. Booker is incredible. Oh, man. Ty Smith, elite level player. Once they fix this issue with his knee, elite. He's got it up here too. Cowboys are going to have to talk about these left and right tackles, but they're going to have to do this year. So we're going to have to do the best we can between Nate Thomas. We're going to do the best we can between Nate Thomas, Tyler Guyton, and Terrence Steele. Cowboys are going to do the best they can do. And Dak Prescott has been helping them out a lot through stepping up in the pocket, scrambling, stepping to the side, extending plays. Dak Prescott is very savvy. He's been helping them out too. The run game has been helping them out a lot too. So the Cowboys just got to keep that formula going. Edward said Eberflus should take a page from the late John Madden. Madden took old players and NFL rejects and made the most penalized and feared defense of the era, and they were successful. Kevin Ellis, let me tell you something that Jimmy did very well. Let me tell you something that Jimmy did very well when you look back at the 91, 92, 93, 94, 95 Cowboys, but in particular, 91 to 93. One of the things that Jimmy Johnson did very well, he mixed in young players with good older players. Did a great job. Yeah, the triplets were young. But when you start looking along the defensive and offensive line, they mixed in younger and older players together. The linebackers, they mixed in younger and older players together. The Cowboys, man, they were real smart from 91 to 93. Yeah, Jakira said, especially Steele and Guyton with all those false start penalties. Yeah, they got to get it together. Chanel said, G. Wright, Overshown is still playing very tentative. I am wondering, is he all the way back health-wise? Chanel, I don't think he's trusting everything about that knee yet. Because, man, that takes some time. I think this has been one of Diggs' issues, is trusting those knees. And typically when you have knee injuries, at least from everything I've heard, it takes about a year to really get back to trusting that knee. So Diggs doesn't even get the year to start trusting that knee because then it's the other knee. So when do you get to the point to where you're trusting your knees, both knees? So it's the same thing with Overshown. Overshown is coming off of 2 knee injuries. Just when you're ready to start trusting one knee, what happens? You tear the other knee. So now in the year where you're supposed to be trusting the other knee, you got to build trust for another knee. Man, that takes time. This is why the Cowboys are real smart. You got to keep these guys on you got to keep them on a snap count. Even Trayvon Diggs. Thankfully, the thing about Trayvon Diggs when he comes back, Cowboys will have him on the snap count. They'll have Trayvon Diggs on the snap count. I said this at the beginning of the season. When he played against the Philadelphia Eagles, I said the Cowboys don't need to play Diggs more than 25 snaps a game. And I think this is what they need to stick to for the rest of the season. Only let Diggs play around 25 snaps a game. I think it'll keep him extremely fresh, and I think it'll be good for his knees. But there is no way you can put Diggs out there running 50 and 60 plays. There is no way possible. So, Cowboys, put him on a pitch count, see what happens.
You coach somebody, teach them, and they go out there and execute, and they're having fun doing it. That, to me, is exciting, and that's why I do this job.
And with Marvin Overshown, what was just your assessment of him since he's been back?
Yeah, really good athlete, super smart. He's got passion, energy, juice. He's a big part of that spark that we've gotten, and he brings it every day in practice, and he's that same way in the meeting. He's locked in, and he's a very passionate guy. I've been around a few of those guys in my time, and he's right up there with them.
Yeah, Overshown different, man.
The insertion of Overshown and Logan Wilson a few weeks back. Obviously, you had to figure some things out when it came to snap counts. Are you at a position now to where the snap counts can stay pretty consistent, or still something that y'all are maneuvering week by week?
Yeah, I think everything's really about competition. And it's competition, competing every day. In the meetings, in the practice, and all those things. And I think the guys have done a good job with that. And I think it's across the board, you're going to do that. We have some rotational guys that are rotating still because, they're coming back from injuries and all that. And that's some of the reason why, but some of it's competition too.
With Kenneth Murray specifically, what have you seen from him since the bye week to kind of help those guys along and help the entire defense?
Yeah, he's been good. He's had a couple good games, big fumble recovery the other day. And the games are blurring together for me a little bit, having so many games in so many days. But consistent, communicating well, and doing the job as a Mike linebacker.
Joe,
Man, you know what's crazy to me? I was looking at this earlier today because they brought this up, and I was looking at it even the I was looking at it after the game. And one of the things that's crazy to me, when you look at the snap counts of the Cowboys, one of the things that has surprised me is the fact that the Dallas Cowboys are playing. Logan Wilson came, and we thought Logan Wilson was pretty much going to be the starter. We thought Logan Wilson was going to be the starter. And I was looking at this the other day. Let's see. So Logan Wilson came in his first game. Logan Wilson played 34 snaps. Kenneth Murray Jr. played 26 snaps. Then the following game, Logan Wilson played 24 snaps, and Kenneth Murray Jr. played 39 snaps. The last game, it was 30-36. It was Logan Wilson 30, Kenneth Murray Jr. 36. And Kenneth Murray Jr., I don't know. I haven't really watched the tape on this or anything. And nobody's really been talking about Logan Wilson a whole lot. But it's obvious that he's not doing bad because people would be talking about it. But did Logan Wilson improve did the competition of Logan Wilson improve the play of Kenneth Murray? Because he's getting more snaps than Logan Wilson. Brian Schottenheimer said today they're content with playing both of them because neither one of them has emerged as the number one player. But some of this is, I still wonder. I still wonder. Because the Cowboys pay people. The Cowboys, one thing about them, they don't like to do what some teams do. And I think Philadelphia does this probably more than anybody. Where Philly will pay a player, but if that player isn't working out, Philly doesn't mind not paying playing that player. But here, because we pay a player, we want them on the field. Because if I'm not mistaken, we paid Kenneth Murray. I say we, but the Cowboys paid Kenneth Murray Jr. Let me see. And it seems like the Cowboys, they don't like to if a player is making a lot of money, the Cowboys don't want that player on the sideline. So when you look at Kenneth Murray Jr.'s salary, the Cowboys, because I'm just really wondering if he's really competing with, I'm just really wondering if he's really competing with Logan Wilson on this level to where the Cowboys are saying that there has been no clear starter between him and Logan Wilson. But this is the one thing that I do know. And I'm gonna look and see what Logan's salary is. But the salary of Kenneth Murray is $5.9 million this year. You might as well say $6 million plus a $1 million sign-in bonus and $510,000. So basically, the Cowboys are paying Kenneth Murray Jr. $7.5 million. And so I'm wondering if he's splitting the snaps with Logan Wilson because he's really played that much better, or is it because the Cowboys are saying we're not letting $7.5 million sit on the bench? I'm always concerned about these things with the Cowboys. I'm not sure what Logan Wilson's contract is. Let me see. Logan Wilson's contract, I don't know how much the Cowboys are paying him. Let's see. Logan Wilson's contract. Cowboys picked him up. So when you look at Logan Wilson's contract, I'm just wondering this stuff out loud. Logan Wilson's contract for the Cowboys, it looks like it's $2.9 million roughly. Cap hit is $2.9 million. Active $211. His base is $2.6. So he's basically at $2.9 million, right? So I'm wondering if Murray is still out there. Chanel, I'm going to read what you're saying here in just a moment, because I'm wondering, because Brian doesn't attribute this to anything but competition. But I'm always struggling with this when it comes to us as the Cowboys organization, because I just know how the Cowboys operate with this, man. I just kind of know how the Cowboys operate with this. And so when you look at this season, man, Logan Wilson is making quite a bit of money. Just wonder if the Cowboys are reluctant to put that on the bench. Now, let me read what Chanel said here. And maybe, I'm just looking at all the possibilities and maybe I'm wrong on this. Chanel says, I think Logan may be still learning the defensive playbook. I was wondering about that. Mac, man, I'm with you. Kevin Edwards said, now it's team first. That's what I want it to be. Mac, man says, I wish they would allow Wilson to be the starter. That's kind of where I am. He'll have more upside with more opportunity, I feel. Man, I'm just telling you, I saw enough of Murray Jr. I saw enough of Murray Jr. I really did. Chanel said, gee, that is the main Dallas issue. They believe once a player is getting a contract for them, that player must play no matter, even if they're hurting the team. That is a big problem. Yeah, Chanel, that's kind of where I've been with the Cowboys. That has actually been frustrating. That has been frustrating to play a player because you pay him money. Man, sometimes you got to realize you paid a player and he didn't turn out, so you got to do what's best for the team. Chanel said, I think Logan may be still learning the defensive playbook. You said that later. You said, gee, I think since he is paying some of Logan's money, they are, and that's why that cap hit is not that big. And so, man, I'm struggling with that. I'm struggling with this Logan Wilson thing the Cowboys are doing. I mean, I would like to see more of him. I really would. I'd like to just see more of him and DeMarion Overshown rolling together.
Said Rebel is learning something new each week and kind of attacking it that week. What are you kind of hoping that he learns this week and What improvement are you hoping to see from him?
Yeah, just keep growing. He's growing into position. The thing with the corner is that, man, you cover different skill sets, every single week, and then in the game too. We might be playing right and left. We might be playing where the corners are traveling. So it's different every single time. So it's important that he studies and learns that position in terms of who he's covering and how you cover this particular guy. So that's the unique thing about the NFL, man. They're all different guys that you're covering. So and then learning just the zone concepts. The zone concepts. We do play on first and second down. He's still learning in the communication there. In terms of different calls we have with those zones. But he's improving every single week.
And then obviously, any rookie, there's kind of an unknown to what they'll do in your system and how they'll actually play. With him, obviously a little bit of a longer wait. What have you learned about him just watching him actually be out there the last few weeks?
Yeah, I mean, you watch his college tape. Very talented guy, and he can do a really good job in man coverage and wear guys down, and he's done that. He did it in practice. He's doing it to a lot of people. So it's important that he just stays on his technique, his fundamentals.
The last few weeks, a little bit of a longer wait
every single week.
Obviously, any rookie, there's kind of an unknown to what they'll do in your system and how they'll actually play. With him, obviously a little bit of a longer wait. What have you learned about him just watching him actually be out there the last few weeks?
Yeah, I mean, you watch his college tape. Very talented guy, and he can do a really good job in man coverage and wear guys down, and he's done that. He did it in practice. He's doing it to a lot of people. So it's important that he just stays on his technique, his fundamentals, stays wired in every single play. And he'll keep improving.
Man, I'm telling y'all, boy, if there is a player that we ought to be excited about, it is Savon Revel Jr. Cowboys, I'm telling you, Cowboys got lucky with this guy. Because I'm telling y'all, if he's not injured, the Cowboys don't get him. Savon Revel Jr. is probably the first cornerback off the board. If not, he's number 2. The Cowboys do not get Savon Revel Jr. without an injury. A lot of people had Savon Revel Jr. on there. Had he not got injured, he was first-round talent. For the Cowboys to get him in the 3rd, man, is an absolute steal. And it's always funny to me. The Cowboys will find some of these injured players, and their doctor is the one doing the surgery on them, and the Cowboys go get that player. And so the Cowboys got him one with Savon Revel Jr. We'll see how he continues to progress. It's only been 3 games, but I absolutely love how he's looked for 3 games. I want to see more of Savon Revel Jr. I'm excited. Mac Man said if Murray has not shown you by now he's the clear starter, then that means he should not be. I agree. Because you don't even have to go get Logan Wilson and Kenneth Murray. Man, you make a great point. If Murray is what he's supposed to be, you don't even wind up getting Logan Wilson. You don't. Chanel said Murray is a liability on tight end passes in the middle of the field. If he had better reaction time, he would have a lot of interceptions. But because his reaction speed is slow, teams tend to take advantage of him. Yeah, that's what we've seen the whole season. Jeanette, how you doing? Yeah, Mar, I believe it too. I think we're beating the Lions. MacMan said Jerry pulled off some moves this year like he putting out another documentary. Well, I can tell you this. This Hard Knocks thing may be documenting history with the Cowboys. It may be documenting history with the Cowboys. They're on to something.
We are DallasCowboys.com. Also was saying after the Kansas City game that at the start of the year he didn't necessarily believe or accept what you guys were showing on film in the run defense. Did you notice that as well and feel that way?
Okay.
Did you notice that as well and feel that way, or and what has changed in the last 3 games that's made this run defense better?
Yeah, run defense from game 1 to 55 games ago is always going to be the same thing. Be where you're supposed to be with violence and good technique, and that's what it is. So that's where it is, and it takes all 11 guys. It takes everybody. So it's going to take the corners tackling on the crack replaces and the nickel being where he's supposed to be, and the defensive line same way.
Gibbs and Montgomery, you coach Montgomery, you played against him and Gibbs. What makes the combination of both of those guys different from some other backs that you might have to face every other week?
Yeah, Demo's a real pro, very serious, very intense. He's a damn good runner, and he's done a good job for those guys. The 1-2 punch that they have is something that you don't have in the NFL, and they have it. And then Gibbs is just one of the best in the league, in terms of his burst, in terms of his ability to capture edges in the run game, and then space. When he's in space, he's electric. So we got our hands full with him.
This is why the Cowboys need Jadeveon Clowney this week. I hope he can play. Yeah, I hope he can play. Jarika said 3 Tylers, 2 Wilsons, 3 Williams, 2 Maliks, 2 Thomases. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, they love them Tylers. What up, Renan Zanguini? Kevin said Jerry Jones has been making moves. That's our GM. He now should stay out of coaching. I agree. He's going to probably be up for GM of the year. Remember, you heard it from me first. I think he's going to be up for GM of the year. I'll be shocked if he doesn't get it. I'll be shocked. I'll definitely be interested to know who gets it, because nobody has made moves like the Cowboys have made moves like the Cowboys this year.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. This season, you guys have had a little bit of a carousel like cornerback, but now with Diggs approaching his return, Deron Bland, assuming that he's ready to go, talk about Revel, Kalen Carson. What's the challenge of, you have 2 All-Pros that they're going to get their reps when they're both healthy and ready, but to the capacity of not potentially curbing the growth of like a Revel or Kalen in his second year as he's trying to get some reps as well?
Yeah, I think you carve out roles for guys, as they come back, and we did that with Revel to start, a little bit, and so he was in his first game, mostly on third down and 2-minute situations, and that's just one example, but you have roles that you have for those guys and matchups that you want to have guys on, in terms of players matchups. And that's how you do it when you have, various corner skill sets.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports.
Man, you know what, Chanel? Boy, I be thinking about this all the time, bro. Man, you bring up a very good point. You said the player that you and I wanted is balling out in Tampa Bay. You're talking about Emeka Egbuka. Man, let me tell you something. There are 3 wide receivers we were thinking about with the Cowboys, and all 3 of them have looked great. Now, Tetairoa McMillan. I'm actually glad the Cowboys didn't get Tetairoa McMillan, because we would not have George Pickens. I don't think Tetairoa McMillan would be, even in the next 2 seasons, what George Pickens is right now. George Pickens is incredible. But as it applies to Emeka Egbuka and Luther Burden III, both of them, man, are great. Boy, I would have loved to have had them at the 3rd wide receiver spot. Man! I would have loved to have them at the 3rd wide receiver spot. I forgot the kid out of Green Bay, the other kid that we wanted, that we were talking about, and the Green Bay Packers have him returning kicks. Man, whoo! Would have loved it. Loved it. Loved it. Yeah, Mac, man, hey, you're not being negative, but me personally, I don't want to hear nothing else about Diggs. Man, I love the new chemistry, I agree. But Diggs is a conversation because Jerry made him a conversation. Jerry made him a conversation. This is one of the things I don't like that Jerry does. Jerry made him a conversation. And so now, big question is, does Diggs play? We'll see. No, not
you talked about
not Matthew Golden. They got the other wide receiver we were talking about.
Against, Dan Campbell,
the big 6'5" wide receiver.
4th down is a regular part of their offense going up against them.
Yeah, the first thing you notice when you play Detroit and Dan's teams is that the identity's there. In terms of the toughness, in terms of the finish and physicality of the whole group. It doesn't matter if it's offense, defense, or special teams. That's the first thing that jumps off the tape. And then the ability to go for it on 4th down, in the quad zone, in the high red zone, and really run the ball at any point. So you got to be ready for that, run ready for that, and have your calls accordingly. So it's going to be a big challenge.
You talk about the different skill sets of the running backs, about their wide receivers, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams.
Yeah, there's guys that are special. St. Brown's, been a good player for a long, long time. He's gritty. Can run all the route tree. He's as good as there is. And then, Williams is a guy that can take the top off. You guys have all seen that. He's a tough cover in a lot of ways. He's got very good contact balance, at the catch point. He does a really good job with that, able to break tackles, and take the ball the distance or for more than it's supposed to be. So those guys are really good.
Finish up with Tom.
With obviously it's been 3 games and Quinnen's been here for 3 games. It's probably too easy to just say, well, he's the reason why you guys have played better. But what impact has he had, you think, on the improvement overall of things?
Yeah, it's really everybody. Everybody, all 11, all together, all the time. That's been the biggest improvement. But when you add a very talented all-pro player in the middle, you get middle pressure. You have a threat of middle pressure, and that creates a lot of one-on-ones for somebody else. And that's the biggest thing, like for Osa or KC or whoever might be in there. That's what that creates, because you got to move people to them, and that creates opportunities for somebody else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. This is going to be a great game for the Cowboys, guys. I think we're watching something that is just amazing right now. We are watching the 1991 Dallas Cowboys all over again. I'm telling you, that's what we're watching. At least that's what I believe we're watching. We're watching the 1991 Cowboys in 2025, where the 1991 Cowboys, they got on a run at the end of the season, and every indicator was this team is going to win the Super Bowl. This team is going to win the Super Bowl. This team is going to win the Super Bowl. It's too good. It's too good. I'm not telling you they're going to win it this season, but I think they're going to flash, and we're going to think they're going to win the Super Bowl. Not saying they're not going to. They could go. But I'm telling you, I know they're going next year. Barring injury, they're going next year. They are putting together a Super Bowl caliber team. I'm telling you, understand what you're watching. I'm holding Stephen Jones to this. Stephen Jones said our goal is to build the best roster in the NFL. And what has impressed me so much is that Stephen Jones has yet to come out and say, we have the best roster in the NFL. Oh, I love it. I'm with you, Jakira. Give Ryan Flanoy more snaps at the wide receiver 3 spot. I'm with you. I'm with you. Man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Sorry about the internet issues. Apologize again about the Trayvon Diggs things on the misread on that, but we good. Mac Man, he said Jerry just can't get past Diggs getting him for all that. Mac Man said Jerry just can't get past Diggs getting him for all that money with no return. Mac Man, I can't help but say you might be on to something there, bro. You might be on. Boy, you might be on to something. Chanel, Gibbs and Montgomery will be our biggest issues. Chanel, I got a feeling they're going to try to get around the outside because they know they can't go up the middle. They're going to try to get around the outside. Douglas Harrison said they got on a late season run in 91 and beat the Bears in the first round of the playoffs. Douglas Harrison, this is our 1991. This is our 1991. The Cowboys can beat any team in the NFC. I think the only two teams that will give them fits, and I'm going to go ahead and say 3. I'm going to put some respect on Ben Johnson's name. Bears, Seahawks, Rams. I think the Cowboys will melt the Green Bay Packers. They see them again. They'll melt them like cheese. Cowboys had no defense and put up 40 on them. Y'all do know Green Bay's defense was at full strength and the Cowboys put up 40 on them. Only problem was our defense was playing so bad they put up 40 on us. But guess what? It won't happen again. They couldn't put up 40 on this team. We know we can put up 40 on their best defense. They can't put up 40 on this defense. There are not many teams right now that can put up 40 on this defense. Not this one. I'm telling us, the Cowboys are on to something. We just got to keep on just watching it game after game after game. And I'm telling you, the Cowboys beat the Detroit Lions. The NFL is going to erupt. Kevin Edwards, I appreciate you. The best place to be on YouTube. Pass it on. Yes, sir, man. I appreciate y'all. All right, man, I'm going to get out of here. We'll see what the bandwidth look like tonight. We may try to do Cowboys After Dark. See what the rest of this game look like. Some of these games have been terrible on Monday nights. They've been atrocious. So, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. DC4L. God bless. Until the next time, let's talk Cowboys when we talk facts. Peace.